Good evening. I hope everything goes well tonight. I have a companion with me tonight who is right under the mic. It's a little worrisome. Hopefully he won't wake up and cry, but right now he's gently sleeping under the mic. I should explain. I have multiple cats, and one of them is very much a mother's boy. So he is taking his chances and sleeping here with me right now. Well, attempting to sleep anyway. He's a very cute boy. Very cute. Not a very good boy though, unfortunately. But if he's occupied here, that means he can't be elsewhere wreaking havoc. So I think I'd rather him stay. Even if he makes things a little difficult. But sometimes it's nice to curl up with a book and a cat theoretically on your lap, isn't it? He's not exactly on my lap, but I think if I give him the choice, he would wrap himself up in my arms. And never are good boys or girls. I could see that. Sometimes they can be good. Sometimes. Between three of them, though, finding a moment where all three are good at once is quite rare. It's quite rare. So today, I was planning on reading through Pathfinder. In less than 2 weeks, I realize now, looking at my calendar, I have an event where I'm supposed to be playing a PvP game against 5 other PCs. And there's the DM as well. And I've never played Pathfinder before. So I am reading up on the rules. I will say I've played Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, which I've heard is similar enough. I already have a character built, and I know roughly what the other characters are in terms of race and class. But I'm reading through the other options to get a better feel for it. So, I've noticed a few differences already in terms of the 2 different games. But I'm working my way through more. Give me a second to flip open the book. As the cat stirs, he's not enthusiastic about having the book over his head. Okay. He's eyeing it warily. Okay. Have you ever played Pathfinder before? Because I might need some help with the rules a little bit. Or understanding some things. Last time, on Sunday, I was reading through Cleric and Fighter. And there were some spells I hadn't heard of before. And there were some interesting choices of domain that Chat helped explain to me a little bit. For instance, why exactly Earth was full of acid spells. And I also, I had not run across the spell Repel Wood before. And that seems like a very niche, but very potentially worrisome spell. depending on who you're fighting. Mm, mm. Let's see. Okay. You played D&D for a long time? mm, mm, mm. I can't exactly say I've been playing D&D myself for a long time, but I have played it for a few years. I actually do not have a campaign running of D&D right now. However, I am in a game of Scion, 2nd edition, which is an Onyx Path game. So it's not quite really in the same family as how Werewolf the Apocalypse and Vampire the Masquerade and Changeling the Lost or the Dreaming, etc. But it's in the same, it's from the same company, sort of. So, a similar sheet to some extent. But I had a Dungeons and Dragons campaign that I was a player in that just wrapped up, I think, last month. It was over a year of campaign long. And Pathfinder coming up. Let's see. Okay. Oh, someone is shifting. Oh no. He is curling. Okay. I wish I could lower this more so you could hear him purr, because I can make him purr very easily. Or at least I would like to think I can make him purr really easily. Let me check. Is he purring? Okay, now I have him purring, but again, it's probably too light to hear because he's a foot away from the microphone, from the tip of the microphone. Wow. How distracting. And to go along with that, let us put on a little bit of this as well. We're going through the Druid. Unless we should read about it at a campfire. Probably a better option right now, actually. Let's go with the campfire for the Druid. Okay, campfire it is. I actually have a fireplace, and I also have a fire pit, but I haven't actually made use of the fire pit this season, and it's only 2 days until the end of fall, isn't it? Maybe I should break that out. I have a garden. But at the same time, not everyone is a night owl, and the fire can be a little disruptive, I feel like, when you're in a smaller area. That and also the memories it brings up. When I see that fireplace, all I can think of is one of the cats that I have. One of them is a stray cat, former stray cat. Her name is Contessa. And she used to like hang out in and around the fireplace. The fire pit. And I don't think I've used it since I've taken her in. Hello, Q. How are you? Okay, we have the camp. We have the fire roaring. So now for reading about the Druid dying of heat. That's a shame. It's actually cooled down quite a bit. There's only 2 more days until summer is gone. I've already noticed it getting cooler during the night. I've actually had to break out some blankets. I'm not immune to the cold, but it's really nice pulling out blankets from storage, and it's a cedar storage, so just kind of a nice little touch of fall, smelling cedar still on the blankets as he's in the morning when I go to sleep. Summer is only getting started where you are? Oof. Oh. So in that case... okay. Well, you've had your fun, and with summer starting, that means that flowers are going to be blooming too, right? That's something to look forward to. I'll let you in on something. I don't really have a favorite season. My favorite season is whatever season is coming up next. So I'm laying in wait for fall to start. But once fall starts proper, I'm going to be dreaming of winter. It's an endless cycle. Whatever season is next is the best. Already started delving into fall recipes and fall drinks. And I'm sure in October, I'm going to be waiting for snow. Though it has snowed in October. Maybe I should not be wishing for that. But it has been a long time since I've had a good snow. Now that I think about it, when people play Druids, they usually don't play, like, Arctic Druids, do they? Or desert Druids. It's always wood, like foresty. I wonder if that's an option here. I'll have to read to find out. But maybe it's also the type of campaign that might also affect it. And maybe also the choices of animals that you get from picking forest versus other ones. But still. Okay. Pathfinder Druid. Within the purity of the elements and the order of the wilds lingers a power beyond the marvels of civilization. Furtive yet undeniable, these primal magics are guarded over by servants of philosophical balance, known as druids. Allies to beasts and manipulators of nature, these often misunderstood protectors of the wild strive to shield their lands from all who would threaten them and prove the might of the wilds to those who lock themselves behind city walls. Rewarded for their devotion with incredible powers, druids gain unparalleled shape-shifting abilities, the companionship of mighty beasts, and the power to call upon nature's wrath. The mightiest temper powers akin to storms, earthquakes, and volcanoes with primeval wisdom long forgotten and abandoned by civilization. Role. While some druids might keep to the fringe of battle, allowing companions and summoned creatures to fight while they confound foes with the powers of nature, others transform into deadly beasts and savagely wade into combat. Druids worship personifications of elemental forces, natural powers, or nature itself. Typically, this means devotion to a nature deity, though druids are just as likely to revere vague spirits, animalistic demigods, or even specific awe-inspiring natural wonders. Your emote? What is the emote? I can't quite see. Oh, 2 lambs. I don't know what sight music is. But the lambs are cute. Lambs are cute. Hello, Soon. Things are going fine. I have a cat with me. The fire's roaring. Everything is going well. And the cat is not in the fire. But he has just woken up. I'm a little worried he's going to decide to leave and make a big noise doing so. going to move a few things to give him a clear, safe path if he decides to move. I do wish I could get his noises a bit better captured. Why don't you look up? Look up. No, I can't direct him to purr up. I cannot direct him to purr up. Maybe if I get him to purr loud enough. A well-behaved cat? He is absolutely not a well-behaved cat. He's a bad boy. But he's a very cute boy, so I usually forgive him. He's very clingy. He is obsessively clingy. Sometimes he'll just lay in my arms. He's done that before while I've been streaming, reading, where he just sits in my arms, making it impossible to do anything else. Oh, he's not little exactly either. He's 12 or 13 pounds, probably closer to 13. But he still has a very boyish cry. Very cute. He's definitely the youngest sounding of my cats, despite being, I suppose, middle-aged. But it's not like he's part Maine Coon or anything. He's simply a short hair, domestic short hair. All of my cats are. Wow. Okay, I'm actually caught in like a petting loop with him right now. I'm doing chin scritches and he is just stretching out and putting his weight on my fingers. Wow. And I'm not even getting like purring ASMR out of this from him. Wow. I will say though, like he's cute, but I'm cuter. I'm cuter. Okay. So the alignment for the Druid is any neutral, and the hit die is a D8. Class skills. The Druid's class skills are Climb, Strength, Craft, Int, Fly, Dex, Handle Animal, Charisma, Heal, Wisdom, Knowledge, Geography, Int, Knowledge, Nature, Int, Perception, Wisdom, Profession, Wisdom, Ride, Dex, Spellcraft, Int, Survival, Wiz, and Swim, Strength. Okay. And you get skill ranks per level is 4 plus your Int modifier. So there is a table here for the Druid. And let's see, is there a way to condense this information down? It looks like if I compare this against the fighter for the BAB, the base attack bonus. Oh, no, he's on the keyboard now. He really likes using my keyboard as a pillow. Which isn't the worst, except, well, it depends on what buttons, like what section he's choosing to use. No. Okay, so the fighter, I guess the base attack bonus for the Druid is not as good as a fighter. They start at 0, and they are similar to the cleric, I think, where it starts at 0 and it increments by 1 up till 5th, where they repeat the previous step. So first level is 0, second level is 1, third level is 2, fourth level is 3, fifth level is also 3, and then so on. Like it goes back to 4, 5. And then at 8th level, they get a base attack bonus of +6, +1. And for their saves, it looks like Druid has a good Fortitude and Will save, but they don't have a good reflex save. But, okay. Like, reflex is the dexterity save. Will save is con save? No, not con. It's not con. It's wisdom. That would make sense. Fortitude is simply con, isn't it? And spells per day. This looks actually similar to the Druid, except for the fact that they do not get a domain spell. That was Druid only, I suppose. So they start with 3 cantrips at first level, and at second level they get 4 cantrips. By cantrips, I mean level 0 spells. They might have a different name for them, because the cleric called the level 0 spells orisons, I believe. I'm used to saying cantrips, though. Not just from D&D, though. I'm used to it from Changeling system is all they call, like, the light spells cantrips. So first level, you only have 1 first level. A first level druid only has 1 first level spell per day. At second level, they get 2 first level spells a day. Third level, they get 2 first level and 1 second level spell a day. And the chart goes all the way up until 20th level, where they have 4 fourth level spell, 4 spells of each from 1st through 9th. Oh, he's doing the girl now. He's doing the girl. I can see the chin. I can scratch the chin. Scratch, scratch. Scratch, scratch. Scratch, scratch. So first level druid special abilities are Nature Bond, Nature Sense, Orisons, and Wild Empathy. Second level is Woodland Stride. Third level is Trackless Step. Fourth level is Resist Nature's Lure and Wild Shape once per day. Fifth level is nothing. They get nothing. Fifth level. Sixth level, they get Wild Shape twice a day. Seventh level, they get nothing. Eighth level, they get Wild Shape 3 times per day. Ninth level, they get Venom Immunity. 10th level, they get Wild Shape 4 times a day. 11th level, they get nothing. 12th level, they get Wild Shape 5 times a day. 13th level, they get 1,000 Faces. 14th level, they get Wild Shape 6 times per day. 15th level, they get Timeless Body. 16th level, they get Wild Shape 7 times per day. 17th level, they get nothing. 18th level, they get Wild Shape 8 times per day. And 19th level, they get nothing. 20th level, they get Wild Shape at will. They get quite a number of class features. Quite the number. So, all the following are class features of the Druid. Weapon and armor proficiency. Druids are proficient with the following weapons: club, dagger, dart, quarterstaff, scimitar, scythe, sickle, short spear, sling, sling, and spear. They are also proficient with all natural attacks, claw, bite, and so forth, of any form they assume with Wild Shape. See below. I'm used to saying sing more than sling. Druids are proficient with light and medium armor, but are prohibited from wearing metal armor. Thus, they may wear only padded, leather, or hide armor. A druid may also wear wooden armor that has been altered by the Ironwood spell so that it functions as though it were steel. Druids are proficient with shields, except for tower shields, but must use only those crafted from wood. A druid who wears prohibited armor or uses a prohibited shield is unable to cast druid spells or use any of her supernatural or spell-like class abilities while doing so, and for 24 hours thereafter. Just thinking, that's not quite... Well, there are, I suppose, other options for armor and shields that are not metal. Though I suppose it also depends on the DM and the exact game being run. But oftentimes, like dragon scale, would that count as a leather or hide? Or any other large lizardy creature? Or I wonder if you could make like a shark skin armor, theoretically. I know that in some I suppose settings you can have a chain kind of armor made out of underwater plant material, and also theoretically armor made out of carapaces, or shields the same made out of carapaces. So like what if you had a shield made from a large turtle shell? Would that work? Or again, does that count as like leather or hide? This is very, very wood focused. A druid who wears prohibited armor or uses a prohibited shield is unable to cast druid spells or use any of her supernatural or spell-like class abilities while doing so, and for 24 hours thereafter. Spells. A druid casts divine spells, which are drawn from the druid spell list presented in spell lists. Her alignment may restrict her from casting certain spells opposed to her moral or ethical beliefs, say chaotic, evil, good, and lawful spells. A druid must choose and prepare her spells in advance. To prepare or cast a spell, the druid must have a wisdom score equal to at least 10 plus the spell level. The difficulty class for a saving throw against a druid's spell is 10 plus the spell level plus the druid's wisdom modifier. Like other spellcasters, a druid may cast only a certain number of spells of each spell level per day. Her base spell allotment is given on table druid. In addition, she receives bonus spells per day if she has a high wisdom score. See table ability modifiers and bonus spells. A druid must spend 1 hour each day in a trance-like meditation on the mysteries of nature to regain her daily allotment of spells. A druid may prepare and cast any spell on the druid spell list, provided that she can cast spells of that level, but she must choose which spells to prepare during her daily meditation. Let's see. That's strange. Okay. Just checking something up. Looking at the cats. So I've described how I have 3, and I've been trying to get the 3 of them to get along. They are not all a happy cat family yet, exactly. Sometimes it seems like they're close, and then a fight breaks out. So I'm just checking, since I have my boy here, like looking at him and making sure he doesn't have any new marks from fighting on his face, because he's been taking it on the noggin sometimes. But then again, he is the one starting the fights, I think. He's the one starting the fights. Okay, I think that's an old wound. I wonder how that works for a druid as well, but I guess we'll find out in wild shape. Like, if they get hurt in wild shape, it doesn't apply to their original form, right? Spontaneous casting. A druid can channel stored spell energy into summoning spells that she hasn't prepared ahead of time. She can lose a prepared spell in order to cast any summon nature's ally spell of the same level or lower. Chaotic, evil, good, and lawful spells. A druid can cast spells of an alignment opposed to his or her own deities, if she has one. Spells associated with particular alignments are indicated by the chaos, evil, good, and law descriptors in their spell descriptions. Orisons. Druids can prepare a number of orisons, or 0-level spells each day, as noted on table Druid under spells per day. These spells are cast like any other spell, but they are not expended when cast and may be used again. Bonus languages. A druid's bonus language options include Sylvan, the language of woodland creatures. This choice is in addition to the bonus languages available to the druid because of her race. A druid also knows Druidic, a secret language known only to druids, which she learns upon becoming a first-level druid. Druidic is a free language for a druid. That is, she knows it in addition to her regular allotment of languages, and it doesn't take up a language slot. Druids are forbidden to teach this language to non-druids. Oh, I feel like that is one of the first things that a Zoid might do. Oh, it's supposed to be specific to this class. Let's just unlock that a little bit. Druidic has its own alphabet. That one's a bit unusual. Although, then again, if it's supposed to be a secret language, I suppose I can understand that. Okay, let me flip the page. Oh no, he's stretching. Okay. Oh, he's rolling. Next page. Nature Bond, extraordinary ability. At first level, a druid forms a bond with nature. This bond can take one of two forms. The first is a close tie to the natural world, granting the druid one of the following cleric domains: air, animal, earth, fire, plant, water, or weather. When determining the powers and bonus spells granted by this domain, the druid's effective cleric level is equal to her druid level. A druid that selects this option also receives additional domain spell slots, just like a cleric. She must prepare the spell from her domain in this slot, and the spell cannot be used to cast spells spontaneously. The second option is to form a close bond with an animal companion. A druid may begin play with any of the animals listed in animal choices. This animal is a loyal companion that accompanies the druid on her adventures. Unlike normal animals of its kind, an animal companion's hit dice, abilities, skills, and feats advance as the druid advances in level. If a character receives an animal companion from more than one source, her effective druid levels stack for the purposes of determining the statistics and abilities of the companion. Most animal companions increase in size when their druid reaches 4th or 7th level, depending on the companion. If a druid releases her companion from service, she may gain a new one by performing a ceremony requiring 24 uninterrupted hours of prayer in the environment where the new companion typically lives. This ceremony can also replace an animal camp, an animal companion that has perished. I, mm, I want to say animal companions. I love the concept, but at the same time, it's a little sometimes difficult to deal with. Oh. Okay. I think I got big purrs coming up. Huge purrs. But again, you probably can't hear them. Maybe if I lower this. I actually probably can't hear it very well over the sound of the campfire. Okay, I guess actually you can't hear it at all. It's a shame. It's a shame. Oh. I'm actually. What if? I know that they make those 3DO microphones, and I'm interested in getting one eventually. But I'm also a little worried that when this cat sees that microphone, he's going to try to chew the ears. I know that's one of those things that people do with it anyway. They like lick the ears and stuff. But I'm pretty certain that my cat is going to see it. This cat in particular is going to see it and say, yes, tasty. Plastic? Mine. He loves chewing on things. He loves chewing on wires. He loves chewing on plastic of all sorts. And cardboard. And of course, knocking it down too. But again, chewing. Chew, chew, chew. What? Okay. We had finished Nature Bond. Nature Sense. Extraordinary ability. A druid gains a +2 bonus on knowledge, nature, and survival checks. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to do one more thing up here. I'm going to add what I'm reading about currently on this. We're reading about Druid. Wild Empathy, extraordinary ability. A druid can improve the attitude of an animal. This ability functions just like a diplomacy check made to improve the attitude of a person. See using skills. The druid rolls 1d20 and adds her druid level and her charisma modifier to determine the wild empathy check result. The typical domestic animal has a starting attitude of indifference, while wild animals are usually unfriendly. Alright, I don't think we've seen this yet here, but there is a chart, isn't there, for how friendly a creature is? I think that I don't recall seeing it in the front, but it might be more of a additional information sort of area, or even in the DM's rules, like a baseline of how to treat social interactions from like hostile to unfriendly to neutral, which would be indifferent, to like friendly to what would be like the more friendly than that, allied perhaps, I suppose. Like what is the opposite of hostile? Essentially a 5-step, I think, usually a 5-step chart of social feelings. I wonder This is what I remember from it, but it's possible that it's more or less than 5 steps. But considering, like, if something is unfriendly, it doesn't mean it's hostile. It doesn't mean it's going to, like, outright attack you on sight or something like that. Mm. To use wild empathy, the druid and the animal must be within 30 feet of one another under normal conditions. Generally, influencing an animal in this way takes 1 minute, but, as with influencing people, it might take more or less time. A druid can also use this ability to influence a magical beast with an intelligence score of 1 or 2, but she takes -4 penalty on the check. Woodland Stride. Extraordinary ability. Starting at 2nd level, a druid may move through any sort of undergrowth, such as natural thorns, briars, overgrown areas, and similar terrain, at her normal speed and without taking damage or suffering any other impairments. Thorns, briars, and overgrown areas that have been magically manipulated to impede motion, however, still affect her. Trackless Step. Extraordinary ability. Starting at 3rd level, a druid leaves no trail in natural surroundings and cannot be tracked. She may choose to leave a trail if so desired. Just the wording on that. At first, it was kind of a leave a trail. Do you mean not follow a trail? No, we were distinctly talking about not leaving any marks. It's that sort of not leaving a trail. Or that sort of leaving a trail, I should say. Trail. Trail isn't even a word. English is my first language, but sometimes I still mix up L's and R's a little bit. And there are a few other tongue twisters. Like Sunshine City. I hate saying Sunshine City. Okay, so we finished Trackless Step. Next is Resist Nature's Lure. Extraordinary ability. Starting at 4th level, a druid gains a +4 bonus on saving throws against the spell-like and supernatural abilities of Fae. This bonus also applies to spells and effects that utilize or target plants, such as Blight, Entangle, Spike Growth, and Warp Wood. Wild Shape, supernatural ability. This is the big one, isn't it? At 4th level, a druid gains the ability to turn herself into any small or medium animal and back again once per day. Her options for new forms include all creatures with the animal type. This ability functions like the Beast Shape 1 spell, except as noted here. The effect lasts for 1 hour per druid level, or until she changes back. Changing form to animal or back is a standard action and does not provoke attack of opportunity. The form chosen must be that of an animal with which the druid is familiar. A druid loses her ability to speak while in animal form because she is limited to the sounds that a normal, untrained animal can make, but she can communicate normally with other animals of the same general grouping as her new form. The normal sound a wild parrot makes is a squawk, so changing to this form does not permit speech. A druid loses her ability to speak while in animal form because she is limited to the sounds that a normal... Oh wait, I already read that one. A druid can use this ability an additional time per day at 6th level and every 2 levels thereafter, for a total of 8 times at 18th level. At 20th level, a druid can use Wild Shape at will. As a druid gains levels, this ability allows the druid to take on the form of larger and smaller animals, elementals, and plants. Each form expends 1 daily use of this ability, regardless of the form taken. At 6th level, a druid can also use wild shape to change into a large or tiny creature, or a small elemental. When taking the form of an animal, the druid's wild shape now functions as beast shape 2. When taking the form of an elemental, the druid's wild shape functions as elemental body 1. At 8th level, a druid can use wild shape to change into a huge or diminutive animal, a medium elemental, or a small or medium plant creature. When taking the form of animals, a druid's wild shape now functions as beast shape 3. When taking the form of an elemental, the druid's wild shape now functions as elemental body 2. When taking the shape of a plant creature, a druid's wild shape functions as plant shape 1. That's unusual. I'm not used to seeing plants on the list. That's kind of neat. I wonder how often that comes up. When I finish reading all the wild shapes, I'm actually going to dig a little bit into the plant shape spells because that one is new to me. At 10th level, a druid can also use wild shape to change into a large elemental or large plant creature. When taking the form of an elemental, the druid's wild shape now functions as elemental body 3. When taking the form of a plant, the druid's wild shape now functions as plant shape 2. At 12th level, a druid can also use wild shape to change into a huge elemental or a huge plant creature. When taking the form of an elemental, the druid's wild shape now functions as elemental body 4. When taking the form of a plant, the druid's wild shape now functions as plant shape 3. So that is wild shape. Let's pop open. Let's pop back to plant shape. Let's flip back to the spell section. Okay, think back. Oh no, cat stretch. Okay. Flipping. I'll flip a few back. Okay. Plant shape 1. So it's a duration of 1 minute per level. Oh, you need a piece of the creature whose form you plan to assume. That's I guess that works for if you're casting it as a caster, as a wizard or sorcerer. If you're casting it as a druid, you don't need the components, do you? Like if you're casting it, I mean more so like wild shape, you don't need the components. But I suppose the easy solution would be to see what the other spells are like. Oh, he's getting up. What does he do? Oh, it's grooming time. It's grooming time. Oh no. He's trying to flop onto the keyboard. He actually just was going to throw like his entire body weight on my keyboard. Cat. Okay. Now it's just time to curl. Oh. If only he had done this on the other side of the keyboard. He likes doing this between the keyboard and the monitor, but if he just did this between me and the keyboard, he would be in my arms. This wouldn't be a problem. Or it wouldn't be as much of a problem. It would be a different problem. Plant shape 1. When you cast the spell, you can assume the form of any small or medium creature of the plant type. If the form you assume has any of the following abilities, you gain the listed ability: dark vision, 60 feet, low light vision, constrict, grab, and poison. If the form you assume does not possess the ability to move, your speed is reduced to 5 feet and you lose all other forms of movement. If the creature has vulnerability to an element, you gain that vulnerability. Okay, so depending on the size of the plant, you also gain additional bonuses to things, like a size bonus to Constitution or Strength or armor bonuses. Okay, let's see. Plant shape 2 is similar, except you get to be large, and if the creature has immunity or resistance to any elements, you gain resistance 20 to those elements. And more size modifiers to armor and to scores. Plant shape 3 is same but huge, and if the form you assume has any of the following abilities, you gain the listed ability: damage resistance, regeneration 5, and trample. And here, again, more size modifiers, size bonuses, and penalties to things. Strength, dexterity, constitution, and armor. Okay. I can see perhaps why it's not often used. It's a nice option. Venom immunity, extraordinary ability of a druid. At 9th level, a druid gains immunity to all poisons. That's quite early, I suppose. Although, I feel like it might be later than other games. Next ability is 1,000 Faces, supernatural ability. At 13th level, a druid gains the ability to change her appearance at will, as if using the Alter Self spell, but only while in her natural form. Normal form, not natural form. I wonder if there's a difference between normal form and natural form. Like, it should be the same, right? It should be the same. Unless there's some sort of, perhaps, like, division there for, like, certain kinds of shape changers, perhaps? Next one is Timeless Body, extraordinary ability. After attaining 15th level, a druid no longer takes ability score penalties for aging and cannot be magically aged. Any penalties she may have already incurred, however, remain in place. Bonuses still accrue, and the druid still dies of old age when her time is up. More so with that, just... sorry, Yanni. It's still a little... I woke up a little late. I wanted to sleep more. I'm not used to using, I suppose, aging modifiers. I don't know how popular that is. Ex-druids. A druid who ceases to revere nature, changes to a prohibited alignment, or teaches the druidic language to a non-druid, loses all spells and druid abilities, including her animal companion, but not including weapon, armor, and shield proficiencies. She cannot thereafter gain levels as a druid until she atones. See the atonement spell description. And here we have another chart for animal companions. Okay. Another chart for animal companions. An animal companion's abilities are determined by the druid's level and its animal racial traits. Table, animal companion base statistics, determines many of the base statistics of the animal companion. They remain creatures of the animal type, for the purposes of determining which spells can affect them. Class level. So, hit dice. I don't, like, looking at this chart, it doesn't follow the other ones at all. I don't know if there's anything else that will match this chart. So basically, looking at it, you really are building a second character, it looks like. It looks like that. So first level, the animal companion has 2 hit dice, a BAB of +1, fortitude, and reflex saves of +3, will +0, 2 skills, 1 feat, no natural armor bonus or strength dex bonus, 1 bonus trick, and they have the special abilities Link and Share spells. Second level, 3 hit dice. Just looking. So their progression for hit dice is uneven. Sometimes it doubles up, like they don't increase every level. So second and third have 3 hit dice. Fourth has 4 hit dice. 5 has 5 hit dice. 6th and 7th have 6 hit dice. Oh, thank you for the raid, Benjamin Datum. Reading raid. Okay. So, what were you reading? Oh, no, I spelled it wrong. I'm trying not to disturb my companion here. I have a cat with me, but I am the Evening Primrose. I am a night blooming elf, so I come out and I play games at night. But tonight I am reading. I am preparing for a game actually. In a few weeks, less than 2, I'm going to be playing Pathfinder. So I'm reading through the Pathfinder rules right now. We're doing a quiet study cram let me move that. Cram session. Okay. Thank you for the sub. Oh, thank you, Tom Cruise Toes, for gifting the sub. Thank you. So yes, we are cramming for Pathfinder. I've never played Pathfinder before. I've played something similar. And I'm going through the Druid right now. Oh, I had something up for that. Where is it? Where did it go? Oh, it moved all the way there. Okay. Here. By Tom Cruise, right? Thank you for the follows, all Benjamin. Okay, now that I have that layered properly. So right now going through the animal companion for the Druid. Let's see. They have, it's a large chart. It's a large chart of how this works for the animal companion. As I said before, it doesn't necessarily follow a pattern that's probably repeatable, at least not by a PC, but essentially you're building a second character for yourself. At 20th level, the animal companion has, for base statistics, 16 hit dice, a base attack bonus of 12, a fortitude and reflex bonus of 10, a will save bonus of 5, 16 skills, I guess skill ranks, it's skill ranks, 16 skill ranks, 8 feats, plus 12 natural armor bonus, a strength/dex bonus of +6, and 7 bonus tricks. But they do get, through all this, special abilities at different levels with gaps. So at first level, they get Link and Share spells. At 3rd level, they get evasion. At 4th level, they get an ability score increase. At 6th level, they get devotion. At 9th level, they get an ability score increase, and they also get multi-attack. At 14th level, they get ability score increase. At 15th level, they get improved evasions. And at 20th level, they get their final ability score increase. So, information for this chart and for the animal companion. The class level is the character's druid level. The druid's class level stack with levels of any other classes that are entitled to an animal companion for the purpose of determining the companion's statistics. Hit dice. This is the total number of 8-sided hit dice the animal companion possesses, each of which gains a constitution modifier as normal. Just gonna flip back really, really quickly. Let's flip back. Oh. My animal companion is worried. So, I guess the druid and the companion both have a d8 hit die. So, I suppose that should be easy to remember. Flipping back. Oh, he's curling up a bit more. My animal companion. My cat. Oh, up. Okay. The base attack bonus. BAB. BAB. This is the animal companion's base attack bonus. An animal companion's base attack bonus is the same as that of a druid of a level equal to the animal's hit dice. Animal companions do not gain additional attacks, using their natural weapons for a high base attack bonus. Fortitude, Reflex, Will. These are the animal companion's base saving throw bonuses. An animal companion has good fortitude and reflex saves. Skills. This lists the animal's total skill ranks. Animal companions can assign skill ranks to any skill listed under animal skills. If an animal companion increases its intelligence to 10 or higher, it gains bonus skill ranks as normal. Animal companions with an intelligence of 3 or higher can purchase ranks in any skill. An animal companion cannot have more ranks in a skill than it has hit dice. Feats. This is the total number of feats possessed by an animal companion. Animal companions should select their feats from those listed under animal feats. Animal companions can select other feats, although they are unable to utilize some feats, such as martial weapon proficiency. Note that animal companions cannot select a feat with the requirement of base attack bonus +1 until they gain their second feat at 3 hit dice. Natural armor bonus. The number noted here is an improvement to the animal companion's existing natural armor bonus. Strength/dex mods. Add this modifier to the animal companion's strength and dex scores. Okay. Bonus tricks. The value given in this column is the total number of bonus tricks that the animal knows, in addition to any that the druid might choose to teach it. See the Handle Animal skill for more details on how to teach an animal tricks. These bonus tricks don't require any training time or handle animal checks, and they don't count against the normal limit of tricks known by the animal. The druid selects those bonus tricks, and once selected, they can't be changed. Special. This includes a number of abilities gained by animal companions as they increase in power. Each of these bonuses is described below. Link. Extraordinary ability. A druid can handle her animal companion as a free action or push it as a move action, even if she doesn't have any ranks in the Handle Animal skill. The Druid gains a +4 circumstance bonus on all wild empathy checks and handle animal checks made regarding an animal companion. Share spells, extraordinary ability. The Druid may cast a spell with a target of you on her animal companion as a spell with a range of touch instead of on herself. A Druid may cast spells on her animal companion even if the spells normally do not affect creatures of the companion's type. Animal. Spells cast in this way must come from a class that grants an animal companion. This ability does not allow the animal to share abilities that are not spells, even if they function like spells. I'm going to pause a quick second for a drink. Okay. Evasion, extraordinary ability for the animal companion. If an animal companion is subjected to an attack that normally allows a reflex save for half damage, it takes no damage if it makes a successful saving throw. The rogue also has an ability like this, right? Ability score increase, extraordinary ability. The animal companion adds +1 to one of its ability scores. Devotion, extraordinary ability. An animal companion gains a +4 morale bonus on will saves against enchantment spells and effects. Multi-attack. An animal companion gains multi-attack as a bonus feat if it has 3 or more natural attacks and does not already have that feat. If it does not have the requisite 3 or more natural attacks, the animal companion instead gains a second attack with one of its natural weapons, albeit at a -5 penalty. Improved evasion, extraordinary ability. When subjected to an attack that allows a reflex saving throw for half damage. An animal companion takes no damage if it makes a successful saving throw, and only half damage if the saving throw fails. Okay, we have next page. Animal skills. Animal companions can have ranks in any of the following skills. Okay. Acrobatics, Dex, Star. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to... Wait, just looking at the list. Like processing the list. Acrobatics, Dex. Climb, Strength. Escape Artist, Dex. Fly, Dex. Intimidate, Charisma. Perception, Wisdom. Stealth, Dex. Survival, Wisdom. And Swim, Strength. All the skills marked with an asterisk are class skills for animal companions. I'm going to list off the ones with the stars. Acrobatics, Climb, Fly, Perception, Stealth, and Swim. Animal companions with an intelligence of 3 or higher can put ranks into any skills. Let's see. Animal feats. Animal companions can select from the following feats: acrobatic, agile maneuvers, armor proficiency. Sorry, someone is shifting. Armor proficiency, light, medium, and heavy. Athletic, blind fight, combat reflexes, die hard, dodge, endurance, great fortitude, improved bull rush, improved initiative, improved natural armor, improved natural attack, improved overrun, intimidating prowess, iron will, lightning reflexes, mobility, power attack, run, skill focus, spring attack, stealthy, toughness, weapon finesse, and weapon focus. I'm moving the mic to see if I can get another sound. Can you hear it? You probably can't. Oh, no. I sort of got him to... He decided to start grooming me. Now he's just going to groom himself. It is over. I am no longer groomable. Maybe I'm over-groomed. Maybe I'm over-groomed. Animal companions with an intelligence of 3 or higher can select any feat they are physically capable of using. GMs might expand this list to include feats from other sources. I guess I simply have to groom him instead. Not with my tongue, that's gross. Just with the hands. Just with a finger. That's all it takes. One under the chin. Animal choices. Each animal companion has a differing starting sizes, speed, attacks, ability scores, and special qualities. All animal attacks are made using the creature's full base attack bonus, unless otherwise noted. Animal attacks add the animal's strength modifier to the damage roll, unless it is its only attack, in which case you add 1.5 times its strength modifier. Some have special abilities, such as scent. See special abilities for more information on these abilities. As you gain levels, your animal companion improves as well, usually at 4th or 7th level, in addition to the standard bonuses noted on table Animal Companion base statistics. Instead of taking the listed benefit at 4th or 7th level, you can instead choose to increment the companion's dexterity and constitution by 2. Okay. Just looking at the options. So really quickly going through the options. I'm going to read through them more, but we have the ape, the badger, wolverine, bear, bird, which could be eagle, hawk, or owl, the boar, camel, big cat, such as a lion or tiger, small cat, such as cheetah or leopard, crocodile or alligator, dinosaur, okay, velociraptor or Deinonychus, is that how it's pronounced? It looks like Deinonychus to me. Dog, horse, pony, shark, constrictor snake, viper snake, or wolf. Okay. The ape, starting statistics. Size is medium, speed of 30 feet, a climb of 30 feet, AC +1 natural armor, attack, bite 1d4, 2 claws 1d4, ability scores of strength 13, dex 17, con 10, int 2, wisdom 12, and charisma 7. Special qualities are low light vision and scent. Hello, it's a person. How are you doing? The 4th level advancement for the ape, the size becomes large. AC is +2 natural armor. Attack, bite 1d6, and 2 claws 1d6. Ability scores, strength +8, dex -2, con +4. Wait, so just 8. So it becomes a strength of 21, a dex of 15, and a con of 14. Okay then. Thinking like, why do they specify for badger, wolverine? I don't know a whole lot about badgers. Are there different types of badgers other than wolverines? Like, I guess I know a honey badger. How is a honey badger different from a wolverine? Like, I know that there's a difference between a rabbit and a hare, but not for these creatures. Starting sizes for the badger. Size is small. Speed is 30 feet. Burrow of 10 feet. And a climb of 10 feet. AC has +2 natural armor. Attack, bite of 1d4, and 2 claws at 1d3. Ability scores, strength of 10, dex of 17, con of 15, int of 2, wisdom of 12, and charisma of 10. Special attacks, rage as a barbarian for 6 rounds per day. Special qualities, low light vision, scent. 4th level advancement. Size, medium. Attack, bite, 1d6. 2 claws, 1d4. Ability scores, strength of +4, dex of -2, and con of +2. The bear. Starting statistics, size of small, speed of 40 feet, AC +2 natural armor. Attack, bite 1d4, 2 claws 1d3. Ability scores, strength 15, dex 15, con 13, int of 2, wisdom 12, charisma 6. Special qualities, low light vision, scent. Okay, time to take another sip. Sip, sip. Okay. Okay. 4th level advancement. Size, medium. Attack, bite 1d6. 2 claws, 1d4. Ability scores, strength +4, dex -2, con +2. A bird. Eagle, owl, hawk. Starting statistics, size, small. Speed, 10 feet. Fly, 80 feet, average. AC, +1 natural armor. Attack, bite, 1d4. 2 talents, 1d4. Wait, just like the bird bites? I understand, like, okay, their beak is sharp and pointy and everything, and damaging. It just feels like biting is a lot. Like, if it's going alphabetically, yeah, bite goes first. If it's going in terms of like primary attack and secondary attack, I think the talons are the first attack for a bird, not the bite. Ability scores, strength of 10, dex of 15, con of 12, int of 2, wisdom 14, charisma 6, and special qualities, low light vision. 4th level advancement for the bird. Ability scores, strength +2, and a con +2. So right now I'm going through the Druid for Pathfinder, and I'm reading about animal companion statistics specifically, because that is one of the two marks that make the Druid especially unique in this game. You either get domain spells or you get an animal companion. I imagine an animal companion is, I don't want to say more popular, but I suppose it depends on the kind of person playing the Druid. Oh, I don't know if you could hear that like obnoxious groaning noise. That was the cat stretching. Oh, that was so cute. Wow. He is right under my mic. Okay. Oh, okay, I'm also gonna stretch. Just like the cat. Okay. I want to say, I guess he learned it from me, making these obnoxious noises. He's the only cat that does this of mine. The others stretch, well, Xanax's mom doesn't really make noises when she stretches, but this boy does. Ah. Posture check. Okay. I've got feet flat on the ground and decent posture. Thank you. It's not too bad off. I haven't devolved. I have not devolved. Actually, just looking at this, most of them can't swim. Or are not good swimmers. I guess, like, the tiger would be and the leopard. To hear obnoxious stretching noises at random intervals. I want to say, you might as well just become a wizard and do it then. Just become a wizard. Or, I wonder if witches can come with animal companions. Like, can you just, you know, get a cat to start with as an animal companion? Because that might be the cheaper route for hearing that sort of thing without spending so much investment. Because, like, okay, thinking about the noises that an animal makes, do you really want to hear a crocodile stretch? Like, do they? They have to, right? I guess it makes sense that there's no animal companion here that is specifically like a swim priority creature, necessarily. I guess the closest thing would be a crocodile, alligator. Oh, wait, no, I see a shark. Could I have a shark? I can't believe I missed the shark. I can't believe I missed the shark. I wonder if that could be your flavor to another creature. Or rather, like, it can be, it's just more so looking at the stats later. Well, I guess we'll see. Like, can you make it a dolphin instead? Okay. So, next for the animal companions of a druid is a boar. Starting statistics: size, small. Speed, 40 feet. AC, +6 natural armor. Attack, gore, 1d6. Ability scores: Strength 13, Dex 12, Con 15, Int 2, Wisdom 13, Charisma 4. Special abilities: Low light vision, Scent. 4th level advancement: Size, medium. Attack, gore, 1d8. Ability scores: Strength +4, Dex -2, Con +2. Special attacks: Ferocity. Camel. Starting statistics: size, large. Speed, 50 feet. Really that speedy for a camel? AC, +1 natural armor. Attack, bite, 1d4, or spit. Ranged, touch attack. Target is sickened for 1d4 rounds. Range of 10 feet. Ability scores: Strength of 18, Dex of 16, Con of 14, Int 2, Wisdom 11, Charisma 4. Special qualities: Low light vision, Scent. 4th level advancement for the camel. Ability scores: Strength +2, Con +2. Thinking like, could you make a llama instead? They would have the same spit ability. I've not smelt camel spit, but I've smelt llama spit. I can see why one would be sickened if they're similar in terms of content. If they're similar in terms of content. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that, but at least they usually give you a good warning beforehand, before they do it. I guess unless they really, really hate you. Okay, next. So they mix it in here a little bit because I suppose it's alphabetical and not by level. So for the cat, big, lion, tiger. Starting statistics, size medium, speed 40 feet, AC +1 natural armor, attack, bite 1d6, 2 claws 1d4. Ability scores, strength of 13, dex of 17, con of 13, int 2, wisdom 15, charisma 10. Special attacks, rake 1d4. Special qualities, low light vision, scent. 7th level advancement, size large, AC +2 natural armor, attack, bite 1d8, 2 claws 1d6. Ability scores, strength +8, dex -2, con +4. Special attacks, grab, pounce, rake 1d6. Cat, small, cheetah, leopard. Starting statistics, size of small, speed of 50 feet, AC is +1 natural armor, attack, bite 1d4 plus trip, claws, or rather 2 claws 1d2. Ability scores, strength of 12, dex of 21, con of 13, int 2, wisdom 12, charisma 6. Special qualities, low light vision, scent. 4th level advancement, size medium, attack, bite, 1d6 plus trip, 2 claws, 1d3. Ability scores, strength +4, dex -2, con +2. Special qualities, sprint. And someone just put their foot over half my keyboard. Spoiled. Someone is spoiled. Just looking at this though, like dex of 21, that's the highest we've seen so far, I think. But none of them have had an int of greater than 2, have they? Some have less. I'm going to scroll down real quick and take a look. Do any of them have an int greater than 2? It doesn't look like it. 12 inches over the keyboard. Not 12 inches, no. Just, oh, he's moved his foot again. And he's thwacking his tail. He does not want me touching his precious feet. His precious feet. But they're so fun to play with, even though they're a little dangerous. He's not declawed. But he's pretty gentle with me in not using them. Usually. Unless I mess up too much, like right now. Okay. I'm just playing with his paw pad. Like, boop. Okay, yeah. So I suppose the only way you can gain an intelligence of 3 or greater for your animal choice is if you invest the points in intelligence versus something else. I wonder how popular that is with the players. Gentle? He's a good boy. Right now. He doesn't mind being called gentle. He likes belly rubs too, right now. Sometimes he doesn't, but right now it's okay. Like, it's really nice having cats that I can just, for the most part, like, go straight for the tummy and do gentle belly rubs, and they usually don't mind. Usually. I want to say, for 2 of them anyway, Contessa has not yet even in the realm of being able to be touched by elven or human hands. But Xanax Mom loves belly rubs. She never fights back about it. She accepts it. Well, I shouldn't say she accepts. She enjoys them. She offers herself up for them. And my boy cat here can sometimes not like them, but usually if you're gentle and slow about it, he's fine. And right now it's fine. Right now belly rubs are fine. He's in comfort mode. as long as I pay attention to what his tail says. If you hear thwacking, it's not good. I don't mind just letting him drift off here to sleep, but the problem is sometimes he wakes up crying. He'll have like little kitty nightmares or something, and since he's right under the mic, that could get really loud. Every now and then, yeah, I see him doing that. Like the most desperate little pleas. I wonder what he's dreaming of when he wakes up like that. Like, I really hope it's a dream and not a nightmare, but can't be sure. Sometimes he has such a harsh life, you know, going to the vet. There's another scary cat that's taking up residence in, like, 500 square feet of his house. His, like, 3,000 square foot house. How dare they? How dare they intrude? Or maybe he's dreaming of when he was a kitten and when he was outside. I picked him up when he was probably 8 or 10 weeks old outside. It took a day or two to capture him as a kitten. And, well, I want to say he lived on the edge of the woods. I don't know what he may have encountered there, what sort of creatures. And I was very afraid at the time that the cold or the owls might get to him. Or raccoons or something, but he's fine. He has no scars from that, aside from perhaps mental. No physical scars. Still can't believe that someone would drop a cat off like that, a kitten off. He did not even have any fleas when I picked him up. And he's partially white. He's actually, if I were to describe his color, he's like a great white shark. He has a gray top and a white bottom. So, yes, like a great white shark. From above, he blends in with things, like dark things, and from, well, if you're below him, it's just a flash of white. He's not 100% even. He's got like a swirl on him, but it's fairly close. And because of his patterning, that means he's got like the cutest pink mouth for the most part. And he's got like cute pink belly too. And then goes the tail flick, and he has into still too. It's for Kitty. I've been petting his head for like 5 minutes now. I've been giving him like the gentle, slow noogie. And his int is still 2. Yes, his int is still 2. The shark int is actually 1. So just thinking like, cat? Yeah, I guess the cat has an int of 2 as well. Okay. I can pet and read at the same time. Next up. Oh. Oh, it's stretching time. And shake out. Oh, that's the mic. Oh no. Okay. Scritchy time. Hey, do you want to lick? No, you don't want to lick. If you can hear any noises, it's him. He's up, he's grooming. Can we get some cat noises? Maybe. Kitty noises. I can't move him, and I can't move the mic much more. Washing the face. No, I guess not. I don't have a noise gate up right now. So it might just be like fractions of bits of noises. Okay, it looks like he's done. He is done. Oh, he just moved. Now he's like blocking half the book. Okay. Well, while he does that. Let's see. Let us see. So I was looking at the crocodile. Let's bring the campfire back. Oh. Oh no. He was starting to groom me. Okay. The crocodile or alligator. Starting statistics: size of small, speed of 20 feet, swim of 30 feet, AC +4 natural armor, attack, bite 1d6, ability scores: strength of 15, dex 14, con 15, int 1, wisdom 12. No, he tried to stretch on my monitor. Like, just reach those paws all the way up top. So it was wisdom 12, charisma 2. I'm actually going to dock this cat an intelligence point for that. That's dumb. Why'd you do that, cat? The crocodile or alligator's special qualities: holds breath and low light vision. Hello, Ravi. I'm reading through the Druid animal companion statistics right now for Pathfinder 1E. I've made it partially through crocodile or alligator right now. And I also have a animal companion with me right now with an int of 1. It is my cat. He is right by the microphone, so there might be some odd grooming noises. Okay, posture check. Okay, I've got feet planted on the ground and sitting up. Hands off the cat. The 4th level advancement for the crocodile alligator: size of medium, attack, bite 1d8, or tail slap 1d12. Dang. A 1d12 tail slap. I guess maybe help make up for the lack of speed. And maybe some other issues too. Ability scores: strength +4, dex -2, con +2. Special attacks: death roll, grab, sprint. Dumpy. Oh, it's sus. Okay. Where is it? Dinosaur is next. Again, I'm not certain if I'm pronouncing this right. I know Velociraptor, I can pronounce that, but Deinonychus, is that it? So for the dinosaur, starting statistics: size small, speed 60 feet, AC +1 natural armor, attack 2 talons 1d6, bite 1d4. Ability scores: strength of 11, dex of 17, con of 17, int 2, wiz 12, charisma 14. Special qualities: low light vision and scent. Really? Just thinking like, scent for a dinosaur? Perhaps. It just, a charisma of 14 for a dinosaur feels very high. Like, why did they get such a high charisma score as a dinosaur? Is there some special way that could be used? Or like something else? Just looking. How do you determine the charisma score? I guess if you think about it as like intimidation and such, too. But then again, the crocodile has a charisma score of 2. Who doesn't like a dinosaur? I'm afraid of dinosaurs. I'm afraid of dinosaurs. mm, mm. What kind of dino? A velociraptor or a deinonychus? I know velociraptors because of Jurassic Park, or at least that was the interpretation, right? Those were velociraptors in the original movie. You know, the clever girl dinos. But I think that velociraptors are actually quite a bit smaller, right? Oh. Let me copy the name. Let me spell out the name here. Okay, Deinonychus. Oh. So every time. Oh. Every time I misspell really badly. Like for shout outs and such. And just, it's not just the shout outs. It's whenever I have to move the keyboard. Oh, the cat is gone. Actually, I think he wants out, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break so I can let him out and check on the other cats to make sure everything is okay. But I will be back in a minute or two. Okay, back. I had a bit of difficulty finding one of the cats. I have said that I have 3 of them. So I followed one downstairs. Another one was in her bed. Third one, the Contessa, has been finding new places to hide. And now she is taking up a certain corner of my library and hiding in there. She's a bit difficult to see. Ye old Contessa. The Countess. Thank you for the welcome backs. She actually, I gave her some medication for her anxiety, and I put it on top of food for her to get her to take it. But she hasn't eaten the food, and that might be because yesterday I found that someone, I don't know who, had knocked over the treats jar and, well, I want to say decimated it. Decimated is probably a good word. There are still treats left, but she ate like at least half of the ones that were left. So I think I had 2 suspects as to who had done that. And considering how little Contessa has eaten of her actual food, I think it's probably her that ate it. I found it tipped over the jar. And it's a screw lid type too, so maybe I didn't put it on properly. But it was knocked over and there were crumbly bits all over the floor. And the jar lid is big enough for a cat to stick their head and their front paws into, with some wiggle room. So she just must have gorged herself on them. And that explains why he looks so comfy and so content earlier. And also now why she looks so chunky. She used to be more svelte, but now, especially since she's gotten into those treats, I need to watch her weight. Content. I actually saw her sleeping in her spot with her head kind of tilted to the side. There's certain kinds of sleeping positions for different cats that kind of show you how comfortable they are. So for her, if she has her head like flat out, straight ahead of her, I take that to mean that she is resting, but she is ready at a moment's notice to move. It's not the most comfortable looking position, but when she has her head to the side, like her body is kind of tilted too, and it takes a little bit more effort to get up from there. It's like theoretically showing a little bit of belly too. So I think that's a much more comfortable position, more relaxed. And I say this on a cat by cat basis because, well, I my one cat who's currently on a strong maybe relaxant isn't the right word. She's on phenobarbital, so it's like it slows her down. She can be very comfy in more basic positions, it seems like, because it takes her, no matter what she's doing, some amount of effort to get up. A security guard who's resting their eyes, yes. She is not like that, or she is not unlike that, especially because she is usually on her guard against the boy cat trying to bully her. But I think she found a spot that he will probably not bully her in. It's still possible, but she's basically made like a little tent for herself as an entrance and an exit, and it's got like comfy padding below, and she can't be attacked from the sides. So she's happy. She's happy for now. Let's see. We were looking at the dinosaur. Right, because the dinosaur had charisma 14. The dinosaur has 7th level advancement options. Size of medium. AC, +2 natural armor. Attack, 2 talons. 1d8. A bite of 1d6. And 2 claws, 1d4. Ability scores, strength +4. Dex -2. Con +2. Special attacks, pounce. Thank you for that pet too, Ravi. Ravi or Ravi? Slight difference, but still good to know. Pounce. So I wonder if that's similar to the pounce that I already know. Both names work? Okay. If pounce, there's no link here for that, but maybe that's because it's defined elsewhere, I suppose. Like there must be a section for special qualities, in general, where pounce is available to read. Same thing with grab and rake. Well, maybe not rake. Sprint and death roll. Some of the other unusual special attacks, special abilities. But pounce is one that I've heard before in another context. Vardine. Vardine. Just thinking, like, I think I know a Ravi or two. I don't think I know any Vardines. I don't think. The next animal companion for the Druid is a dog. Starting statistics for the dog: size, small. Speed, 40 feet. AC, +2 natural armor. Attack, bite, 1d4. Ability scores: strength 13, dex 17, con 15, int 2, wisdom 12, charisma 6. Just why is a dinosaur have charisma 14 and the dog is a 6? Dog, really? Just thinking, like, okay, again, like charisma, that could be because of the intimidation, but again, a crocodile only has a 2 in that case. And like big cats and small cats have big cats have a 10, small cats have a 6. Vardine the Sardine? Oh. Fellow hunters? Fellow hunters. Fellow hunters of what? Are you a manhunter? Or is it more like big game? Or, well, it could be deer, other things too. A mage named Varden? Varden, though. I don't. What is that from then? Varden. But I was thinking more of is Vardine a real human name? Because like Ravi is a real human name, isn't it? And it would not surprise me if Vardine was a real human name. I know. Well, like Parveen, Praveen, that sort of thing. Dogs have a 6 charisma. Yes, dogs. An animal companion dog has a charisma of 6. Yeah, like a dog should have great charisma. Like they're either usually, really persuasive with puppy dog eyes, or they could be really intimidating. Like either which way that you write a dog's charisma, like it's highly dependent on the dog. But at the same time, like it really could go either way. Very, very optional. They should be even more exceptional animals of their kind. I wonder then, I'm going to jump down because we have the dog, and then they also have a wolf. It's like, what is a wolf? A wolf also has a charisma of 6. Like, how do they build these stat blocks? Actually, very curious to know if it's simply kind of built on something previous, or if there's another methodology to it all. Sort of like how, well, in D&D 5e, there's that whole snafu's not the right word, kerfuffle is a good word for it, of a cat not having dark vision, but it's a tabaxi, which is supposed to be based on a cat-ish, does have dark vision. Specifically called out because it's supposed to be like a cat. Did they ever patch that, I wonder? Like giving cats dark vision? Because they did start patching like player races with dark vision. So just more of a, did they give that to cats too? Did they update their SRD? They based it off of 3.5 or shotgun to the wall method and using natural armor bonuses to fix imbalances. That makes sense. Yeah, but I didn't think... I should say, I have the only stat blocks that I really looked at heavily in 3.5 were demons, where you could shotgun to the wall as an appropriate option. Because oftentimes that's what your demon looks like, or devil, or fiend in general, I should say. Like, they might not have a good charisma, but it's okay. Horrifying or not. Game balance hard. Look, game balance is hard. Even outside of tabletop RPGs, game balance is hard. One of my friends actually tried to develop their own like tabletop game, a card game it ended up being. So myself and a few other friends sat down to play it, to test it out, and just kind of a lot of thought put into it for a relatively simple seeming card game. and yes, seeing it play out, like, here are some things that could be fixed, but at the same time, like, does that how it affects the game at a scale, because we were playing as a group of 3, like it was made to be up to a group of 4. How would the rules that we had suggested for a 3-player game affect a 4-player game, or even a 2-player game? Because he had played a 2-player game, but not a 3-player, that sort of thing. Pathfinder flunked balance hard in 1E. To be fair, in 3.5, balance is hard anyway, right? Balance is hard. you for that. They made some interesting choices. Take the flame down to 3.5. Just playing Wizards of the Coast. It's okay. Although, they're used to shouldering the burden. Although it's really interesting if you've been following any news about tabletop games. So, I guess Wizards of the Coast Hasbro is suing Gary Gygax's son, I think it is, because he's using some of their trademarks, their like D&D trademarks for his own game. And people were initially, like, without reading anything about it, like, how dare they, blah, blah, blah. And then they actually read into it, and it's kind of a, oh yeah, sue the shit out of him. His game is trash. So just changing who you side with depending on whether you read the information provided. And that reminds me of something else, not D&D related. A couple times I have talked about a program called Figma that I use for a number of things. And it was announced last week that they would be bought by Adobe for I think it was like $20 billion or something like that. Let me double check. Figma, Adobe. Yes, $20 billion Adobe is paying for this layout system, this layout program that's browser-based. And the community mourned. Like, it's great that the people behind Figma, they built a great product. They built an excellent product. It's apparently pretty much the industry standard. They built something that has become an industry standard over this years, despite not being the first ones to produce this kind of tool. Like, they've clawed their way to the top. And so they deserve money for it. But at the same time, everyone's mourning what's going to happen to it, like how it's going to be gutted over the course of the next few years, and slowdowns and such. It's going to be sad to see it go. So it's kind of gotta keep an eye out for whatever else is coming up. What other interface layout tools are going to be popping up. Because Adobe already has one called XD, and they weren't winning industry standard there. So the question is, are they going to tear apart Figma to stuff it into XD? Are they going to cut some stuff from XD and shove it into Figma? How is it going to work out? But in the meantime, I would still suggest, if you're interested in web layout, to try out Figma while it is still free. Because it really is best in class. Or one of best in class. Okay, so we had the dog. I don't think I covered the 4th level advancement for the dog. The size is medium. Attack is bite, 1d6. Ability scores, strength +4, dex -2, and con +2. So the next animal companion for the druid is the horse. Starting statistics, size large, speed 50 feet, AC +4 natural armor, attack, bite 1d4, 2 hooves, 1d6. And those are considered secondary natural attack. See combat for more information on how secondary attacks work. I remember this, secondary attacks. I'm a little surprised. I suppose in the case of the other attack options, it's a choice of yours. Like, do you take the talons, or do you take the bite? But here, I suppose you can probably do both in one turn. I'm assuming. It's been a little while since I've dealt with secondary attacks, and that was from my barbarian. I had to essentially. It sounds weird to say program it in, but I had to consider that into my fighting styles. Ability scores for the horse: Strength of 16, Dex of 13, Con of 15, Int 2, Wisdom 12, Charisma 6. I want to say a con of 15 for a horse sounds way too high. Horses are like... Horses wake up and like their bones are made of like paper. If they snap, they're done. At least, maybe wild horses are a little bit easier, but still, I don't think they deserve a con of 15. Special qualities: low light vision, scent. I didn't think that horses had good low light vision as prey animals. Especially, well, thinking about how horses function. They're not nocturnal, they're, what, diurnal? Or are they... There's a word for creatures that tend to be active at twilight hours. Crepuscular, is it? Is it crepuscular? Hello, Toasted. Or Toastion Yukitake. I don't give hugs, but I can give you a pat on top of the head. I'm not a very touchy person unless it's with my cats. Like if you're a cat, then I would reconsider. Let's see. Horses are hardy things, very healthy. They are actually as large as cows. Like I've interacted with horses. I've ridden horses before on a few occasions. You're a fox? Fox. I think a fox is fine too. It's not... I know that they're not cats and they're not dogs, but they're like a cat dog in a way. They're in the middle. But yeah, like I've been around horses too, and like they just always felt like they're huge and they can hurt you extremely easily, just like cows can. But it always felt like they needed delicate handling in some respects. But maybe it's still different when they're more wild horses too. Because thinking about how like the feet work and stuff like that, and how they're literally dancing on their fingertips all the time, and like having to deal with keeping teeth in good condition and stuff. Like some riding horses are huge babies. Yeah, I remember riding a horse that had a fear of snakes, and we were riding in acres and acres of wilderness, like on the edge of I think federal forest property, or into federal forest property, and I had run across rattlesnakes before there, and just kind of you're telling me they're riding this horse into the middle of nowhere and it will buck if it thinks it sees a snake. In hindsight, it was probably not a good idea to let two young people do that, but there were no snakes that time, so it worked out well in the end. You're a kitsune? You've been kicked in the face by a horse? Oh, are you okay from that? Like, I hope it was a gentle tap, like a love tap sort of thing, because yeah, their ears are huge, and I've seen a horse step on someone's foot before, or rather, they stepped on their shoe. Thankfully, it was the part of the shoe that didn't have any actual toe in it, but still, like, it was a large horse and a small girl. So, very thankful it did not turn out worse. Great big stallions. In my case, it was I think we had a gelding and a mare, and I got the flighty mare. I don't know if I've ever worked with stallions, but I feel like they would be more hardy in that case, but at the same time, more difficult to lead. But again, I haven't really interacted with horses in decades and decades, so maybe I'm just colored by maybe not fear, but like admiration and also those old memories. Full mule kick. Oof. That's really lucky that nothing, or rather, like, I'm sure you had, if you get a bad enough bruise, it's called a contusion, right? I think that's how it goes. So did you get a contusion out of it, like a really deep bruise? I've interacted with, I think, donkeys before. Perhaps not quite as much as horses, but the donkeys seemed a bit gentler and steadier than the horses did. But maybe it was also the age of the donkey. The donkey was in their 20s. That's fairly old for a donkey, I think. He was in retirement. Skin gash open on your forehead. You're lucky you didn't get a concussion. A contusion. I'm pretty certain a contusion is a... Okay, so contusion is literally, I guess, considered a bruise. I've heard it more often for, like, deeper bruises. I would say, like, I tend to bruise very easily. I get bruises and I don't know where they came from. But, like, I would say a contusion is one where you know where you got the bruise from. You didn't know. You didn't notice you got hit by a car? You didn't notice when you got hit by a car. Bro. How did you not notice that? I will admit, I have also been hit by a car. It was going 1 mile per hour? Still. I have actually also been hit by a car. And that's how I know the word contusion. Because I ended up with one. And I did not break any bones, but maybe damage is not the right word, but I messed with pretty much one of the few bones that cannot be set. Like, if it's hurt, like, nothing can be done for it. So it still kind of affects me to this day. Contusion, these nuts. Wait, that's why you thought it was the wind? They probably didn't see you if it was in the dead of night. I've never actually played any Soulsborne games. I don't know what a Soulsborne game is. Soulsborne. Let's see. Oh no, I haven't played. I want to say maybe when I get better, I'll dip into Dark Souls. I don't think that's I think that would be a frustrating display. Mm, mm. But no, I've not played any Dark Souls games. Looking at when the first one came out, I can see why. 2011, 2012. And for PlayStation 3, I don't think I did not have that. And I also don't think I had a computer capable of playing that sort of thing back in that time frame. I want to say it's only more recently that I've gotten a computer that's within the past year or so that's been capable of playing all the sorts of games that I've been wanting to play. I've had some consoles in the past, but I'm usually a step behind, except when it comes to Nintendo handhelds and some Nintendo consoles. But a lot of those sorts of games don't necessarily come out on that. So I do have a Switch. What games am I looking into? So Steam Library. So I picked up Diablo 3 when it came out, and I had played Diablo 2. But at the same time, like, I want to say, playing Diablo 3 on that particular computer, now I'm thinking about it, it probably drained the battery faster than it charged. Thinking about other games. I want to say, also, like, tipping back into games that I played when I was much, much younger. I have Legend of Mana that I've been wanting to reopen. It's not a dark fantasy game in the least, really. Or rather, like, the imagery isn't dark. The storylines vary, but Legend of Mana is an excellent game. And there are a number of other older, like, I guess they're called retro now games, but they're JRPGs, so no one really wants to see this streamed. No one really wants to watch Legend of Dragoon, right? Or, what is the name of it? I have another one. It's a PlayStation 1 game. I paid like $120, I think. No, maybe 60. Either 60 or like $120 for it. And it was one that I had wanted to play when I was much younger, but did not have the money for. And it had a character named Ashley in it. And it was probably a Square Enix game. It was probably a Square Enix game. Or rather, Squaresoft. What is it? I never got to play Chrono Trigger either, Chrono Cross. Vagrant Story is what I'm thinking of. Vagrant Story. But yeah, there's like a whole slew of JRPGs. But there are other things too, not just JRPGs. And there's a number of horror games I would like to eventually play, but I also have to muster up the courage to play them. Like, I like dark concepts, but horror I'm still incredibly weak to. So, like, it feels weird to say I do want to play Silent Hill, but because I'm afraid of it. But at the same time, like, I know how it goes, but I've not played it. I've seen some of it played. And yet, like, it's one of those games that you should play, right? And Fatal Frame 2 is another one that I think, interested in. But again, like, it isn't too scary for me. Grimdark. I just finished playing Witcher 3. I spent like 90 hours in it on stream. I started back in May, and I literally just finished Hearts of Stone last Wednesday. I think it was last Wednesday. So, like, I wouldn't mind playing Dark Souls, but I'm not certain if I am up to the skill level to play it yet. And hold on, hold on, hold on. I have another short list of games. No, no, no. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want this. My memory. Yeah, shave Gerald. Yes. No. No, no, no. No shave Gerald. Do not touch the beard. But my memory is not always the greatest. Phasmo. I watch people play Phasmo, and I also feel like that would be another one that like I have to build up courage to play that I would probably get way too shrieky at. And especially because it's multiplayer, I don't want to shriek in other people's ears. I mean, you may not have seen, like, other people look at something and say, that's not a jump scare. I was kind of like, what do you mean it's not a jump scare? What do you mean? It scared me. Phasmo seems almost boring. Maybe if you watch too much of it, or maybe it might be different if it's in VR versus actually played out. I've not really gotten to do much VR. I would like eventually to set up some VR system for myself. I have the space. I just don't have the equipment yet. But from my one experience trying VR, I think it would make a huge difference playing that kind of game in VR. Granted, my experience in VR was playing Spice and Wolf, the VR game, and that was really awkward to play. Hollow just felt so tiny. It felt really awkward. I'm wondering if part of that is simply because I'm still imagining it from my perspective, my height versus a like 6 foot tall man's position. Where like, so she's short. That means she's like 5'4", 5'5", versus I'm 5'5". If she's short to me, that makes her like 4'10". That's really short. That's really, really short. If your friend was shrieking in a co-op game, the atmosphere buildup gets you. Has recommended Darkwood. I've not heard of Darkwood. Let me check. Also, I have a visitor who's crying to get in. If I want to keep him quiet, I'm going to invite him in real quick. Oh, the cat is in the room and he is waiting for an invitation. So let me see if I can give him an invitation. Oh, actually, I need to take something off for that. I'm trying to set it up so that he will go in between the keyboard and me, so... Or he's going to ignore me, like a cat. I think he's mad at me. He flopped on the floor. Oh, I don't think I could ever play zombie games. Zombies games would be like peak terror. I don't think I could ever do Resident Evil. I know that Silent Hill is kind of like edging into that territory. Like they're not technically zombies, but they're very similar in some respects, the creatures in there. But like, I cannot do dismemberment or like beheadings or things like that, and zombies just freak me out really bad. I want to say Eastern Europeans and Poland being like Polish forests being cursed. That would be the third game I've played with that sort of theme. if I play Darkwood. So, oh, do you want an invitation after all? Come here. Come here. Come on. Yeah, come on up. Oh, good boy. Good boy. I have moved things. Will you stay? Come on. Come on. Oh, are you gonna cuddle? Oh, you're gonna cuddle. You're gonna be a good boy. Yeah, hi. Yeah, now I got the good stuff going on. He's laying over my arm, so now I can't move one arm. Okay. And again, he's under the mic. Oh, oh, oh. He's got a big stretch. Can you hear him? Oh, oh. No? No. That's not the way he wants it to be. He does not want the mic anywhere close. Project Zomboid, no, no, no. You can't trick me. You cannot trick me. Okay. There's another one or two games I'm interested in, but I've also heard that they're not particularly good. Like, there is supposed to be a board game about cultists. Cultist simulator that I want to play. Again, I've heard it's actually not very good, which is a shame. Like, that would be great. I've not played Dragon Age, and I've also not played let's see, what else? There's a few other things on my list, like Hollow Knight 2. Hollow Knight, I mean, not like Hollow Knight 2. Dragon Age, classic. I've heard about it, but I've never played it. And then there's a few other cute things. There's one I have called Grim and Tonic, which is like a bartender simulator sort of thing, which I would also like to try and play. And also Little Misfortune is another one. It looks interesting. Like, not quite Little Nightmares-ish. It looks more drawn than that. Hollow Knight Silk Song is still not released. I've seen people play Hollow Knight, but I've not played it myself yet. And it seems like there are certain sections that are quite difficult. Or maybe that was a challenge mode that they were doing. The music for Dragon Age and the lore. I think actually, like, one of my introductions to Dragon Age is either fan art or fan fiction, honestly. I have no idea why I've read Dragon Age fan fiction when I've never played Dragon Age myself. Like, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Okay, so yeah, I think I was watching someone play a challenge mode. So I've seen people play Hollow Knight, stream it, but I've not played it myself. That's pretty much like the story of a lot of the things on my list. I've seen someone else play it, and I would like to try. The same thing again with Silent Hill. I remember staying up really late when it had come out, when it was the most recent Silent Hill game, watching. There were like 5 of us watching someone play Silent Hill 4. And even though not the one with the controller, still one of the people like jumping and shrieking when there's something scary showing up. Dragon Age characters are compelling, even after all these years. How old is it? Is it really that old? Like, after all these years, if I find out this is like 5 years old, I'm gonna cry. How old is Dragon Age? Okay. How old is Dragon Age? Some of these mods are interesting. Over a decade? Okay. Just thinking like, okay, when was Diablo 3 released? Diablo 3. Oh god, Diablo 3 is already in season. Oh my god, it's been over 10 years since Diablo 3 was released. Okay. It's on season 27. Look, it was just like 5 years ago. Not 10. Resident Evil Village. I have watched someone play through that. So I know the bits for that. I would probably still be absolutely jump scared though. And that came out a year or two ago, right? Village came out a year or two, right? Ago? That's it? Okay, Village. Oop. Oh, no. Kitty, no. 8. It was quite smart, okay, 21. So it was just last year. Just last year. Hunt Showdown. I don't know what is Hunt Showdown like a mode for it, or is it a game? Hunt Showdown. Ah, it is a video game. Okay. There's so many games out there. It's hard to keep up. Oh, a first-person shooter. I actually don't have a whole lot of experience with those. Like, even less than a lot of things. The only first-person shooters I guess I've played is not even, one of them isn't even a shooter, and I actually don't really play in shooter mode very often. So my introduction to like first-person shooters, I guess, was Unreal, but not for very long because it's not very fun if you're playing with people who are really, really good at it and you're still getting control over the controls, you know? It's not very fun. So I didn't keep up with it. And even then, it was an old game, but it was available, easily available. And after that, Splatoon was actually Splatoon 2, I think, more so. It was my first real introduction to first-person shooters. And then I played Overwatch for a few months. But again, not Splatoon, I played rollers. So, like, it's first-person shooter, but not actually shooting, it's rolling. And for Overwatch, I played support, so not, again, so much on the shooting portion. Well, thank you for the follow, Josh Wary. We should be talking about the Druid right now in Pathfinder, the animal companion stat blocks, but instead we're talking about video games. It's a battle royale? Even worse. Even worse. I've also played some Fortnite, which is a first-person... Oh, actually, it's not a first-person shooter, right? It's like a third-person shooter builder. And, like, I wasn't very good at that either. But I also didn't really put any practice in. I had a relative who wanted me to play with them. That was why I picked it up. Hunt Showdown. Let's see. A bounty hunter who must kill a mythical monster. Okay. That's classic. Zoomer games. That relative, yeah, I remember when I think it was the marshmallow concert in the game or something like that, and he was all excited about it, except we had a family function at that time, but he was still able to set aside time to go watch the concert, I suppose. Zoomer games, though. I've missed out on a number of those. Oop. Oh, no, don't do that, buddy. Don't do that. He started rubbing on the mic. Hi, it's okay. His head is like 2 inches below the mic. Like, thinking about other Zoomer games, so like, is Fall Guys a Zoomer game? Is it not? And like Among Us too, is that a Zoomer game? I played a little bit of Among Us, but not a huge amount. I haven't played enough, for instance, to know the tricks of like the tells. Because I remember being caught out on that because other players had played enough to know that I was faking it, but couldn't recognize that. Fall Guys seems like I would get frustrated with the controls. The responsiveness seems a little wonky, but I haven't played it myself. I didn't want to put money down for it. But now it's free to play, right? So maybe I will download it and try sometime. Oh, and now he wants out. He left me, and now he wants out. I'm going to let the little prince have his way. Fall Guys is no longer on Steam? Really? Huh. Did that happen when it became free to play? Where do you get it from now? Is it an Epic Games sort of store or store location? Or do you have to get it from their specific website, like as an independent project, independent game? Also, I'm pretty certain that there's actually like a hunter game out there, right? So they paid for that. Hunter the Reckoning or the Vigil. Okay, yeah, there is a Reckoning game, and I don't think that there is a Vigil game. Oh, but it's hack and slash. How old is it? It's from 2002. Oh my god, that would probably be a real pain. I wonder if it's any good. There's a Reckoning video game, yes. Hunter the Reckoning video game, hack and slash 2002 from High Voltage Software. It was Xbox and GameCube, so no wonder. No wonder. It's really weird that it's a GameCube game, I guess. And like, I don't have an Xbox. And I want to say the backwards compatibility for Xbox is like really bad, right? I remember that being an issue for the second gen onwards. Like there were very few games that were reverse compatible. And I think I still have a GameCube. Like, can you even connect that sort of thing up anymore? Like, could you use a capture card to capture a GameCube game? Would that look any good? How bad would that be? It has to be possible. But is the game actually any good is the question. Because like I think it'd be fun to play through theoretically. But it's also an action game. Let's see what else. Reception. Well received for Xbox. Mixed reviews for GameCube. Cream of the crop of its genre. I guess there was a 4-player version for it, or option. 10th best. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to play it. I see that it is ranked the 10th best zombie video game in 2006. No. I am fine with a lot of the other kind of creatures that a hunter could deal with, like vampires, werewolves, demons, mummies. There's all sorts of things. Like even changelings, theoretically, they could go after. But like, zombies? I'm wondering why they call it like a zombie game. Like reading very quickly through plot, I don't see the word zombie in there. So, like maybe it would be okay. Vampires are just zombies plus? Not really though. Like zombies with all their limbs and with like functioning minds usually. Like there's deeper thought in there. And they're not well, they can be variable speeds, but like not the expectation of something that's really slow and shambling, but really it turns out to be like super quick. And again, like they usually have their body parts attached, and they're not like going after brains. And thinking about like vampire bites, I suppose it depends on the particular type of vampire, but usually it's just not one bite that makes a new vampire, right? That's another thing. I mean, it has to be like a bite and a drain, usually, for you to become a vampire. I guess otherwise, it gets a little bit more of an involved process versus a zombie where it's one bite, you're infected, you're done, you're going to lose your brain, you're going to hurt the people that are closest to you. And the issue usually of having to put that sort of person, that zombie, out of their misery, which also hurts the people around them, versus a vampire where there's usually the workaround of like, sure, you need blood, but you can try to work around it. You could try to work around it. You can try to find other sources of blood. You have the thought to be able to do so. You can subsist on something else, and you probably don't have to drain a person completely to satisfy your vampiric needs, that sort of thing. Like, theoretically, maintaining a relationship with a vampire, and I mean that in like any sort of relationship sense, a friendship, a romantic relationship, a familial relationship, like that can theoretically be done. With a zombie, not so much. Just don't get bit. They're dumb zombies. Yeah, I haven't actually seen too much with smart zombies. I do know that there are some properties that exist with that. Like there was a number of years ago, like off the Twilight boom. Speaking of the Twilight boom, there was a zombie one, sort of, right? Like a story of a girl who falls in love with a boy who's a zombie, and he eventually like regains his intelligence or something like that. So they can, I don't even say like consummate their relationship, but like they can actually have a relationship instead of, girl and creature that wants to eat girl. That sort of thing. I don't remember the name of the property. It was a novel first, and then it became a movie. Back from the Dead type characters. Yeah, I don't mind that sort of thing either. Like, ghost is not the right word. Like that sort of undead. It's really mostly the zombies. Like, okay, Frankenstein creatures are probably a little bit more borderline, but I can deal with it. Until the limbs start falling off. Like if the limbs start sloughing is the word, right? Sloughing. Once like the skin and limbs start like sloughing off the bones, that's when I back out. Once they start falling apart, like Ray and Eva and End of Eva, that's not good. Let's see. What was the name of that property with the like zombie love story? Zombie love story. Was it literally just a zombie love story? I think it literally may have been a zombie love. Oh, warm bodies. That's what it was. Warm bodies. I don't know how popular that was when it came out. It was 2013, and it was a 35 million budget film with a box office of 117. So, like, it obviously didn't do too bad. But when 2010 is when the novel came out. Let's see. Why are you taking notes? Why are you taking notes? Okay. when did Twilight come out? I never read. Oh, Twilight was 2008 for the film. I never read Twilight. I never saw Twilight. I never saw any of the Twilight spin-offs. Like I've including that bad fanfic that got made into a movie. I never saw that either or read it in any form. A vampire became as monstrously inhuman or inhumane as a zombie, like monstrously inhumane in terms of mental capacity or like visuals. Because like I want to say, so if we're considering like Dismiss, like not so much. Like that's in video games. I want to say in video games, I think that would be really borderline. I think that would be perhaps a little too freaky. In written form, I could probably do it. And the same thing for like non-realistic drawing type stuff. I can do that. But for like live action or video game, not so much. Not so much. Watering the primrose. Okay, I've got some water. Yeah, I think Dismiss would be like the closest thing I can think of for that. And I haven't had too much interactions with that sort of borderline creature. Trying to think about like games I've played so far. There hasn't really been anything that's straddled that line, so to speak. Nothing that I can think of. Like, maybe like a lich that isn't too far gone. Sort of like that as well. But again, usually they're like all bone at that stage, and it's not like they're eating people. Like, I want to say it's not. Okay. Like the movies. Thinking about like Little Nightmares, where there was that one section where the one manly creature with the really long arms was like wrapping up the people, the little kids, and like putting them on hooks and stuff. Like that's really terrifying to me. Like the meat hook type thing. Like, I think even if it weren't people, the like larger, it sounds weird to say corpses when it's not human, but I guess carcasses. Carcasses? Is that how it's pronounced? Carcasses. Carcasses. When it's an animal. So like that large animal bodies hanging up, also pretty freaky. But human corpses would be worse in that regard, especially if they don't have any skin or anything like that on them. So I feel like I say I want to play Silent Hill, but knowing like all this information, I feel like anyone who's played Silent Hill will probably say, "Bad Prim, what are you doing? What are you thinking?" One day I'll try. One day I'll muster up the courage. One day. Maybe like thinking about like, what is it? Halloween D&D session? Like I honestly don't mind that too much. Like if it's in D&D, I've had my DMs put some interesting things forward. But I suppose like nothing too bad, actually thinking about it now. Like, okay, I guess the worst has been oh, actually now that I think about it, the experiment space. Yes, okay. And that had the bleeding room. Okay. And the corpse, the skeleton hall. The skeleton hall. So yeah, like, I'm much more fine with it, that sort of thing in D&D. As long as I guess there aren't, like, images attached, but it's theater of the mind. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that, like, the imagery that my mind comes up with for those sorts of scenarios isn't as vivid as, like, actually seeing them, so I think I can get away with it then. I don't mind horror in tabletop games. It's no problem, as far as I know. I haven't hit one of my border. Oh, I shouldn't say I haven't hit a border yet for, like, Lines and Veils, because I actually have, but it was not due to, like, gore content. It was due to situational issues. Thinking about, like, off-topic things, or I shouldn't say off-topic, but, like, sensitive situations. I think the worst has been asking a dungeon master to please not include older folks in a game because of a family situation of mine. And then I think session after that, a DM asked if they could include one, and I thought I would be okay. However, the DM ended up, I don't want to say unknowingly, inadvertently is probably the better option. Inadvertently bringing up, like, I don't want to say the exact bad situation, but, like, something that struck way too close to home at the time. So I had to actually, like, leave the game for like 10 minutes because of that. And then another touchy, like, temporarily touchy subject, I should say, like, but would be fine now. Again, involving family, that did not come up. But no, not for gore or anything like that. Like, thinking back on it, like, some of the other situations that I've had in campaigns, like dealing with a lot of slavers, and I don't know if we've dealt with cannibals. I don't think so. But, like, nothing like that has terribly bothered me. But maybe that's also just, I don't want to say the skill of the DMs, but, like, the DMs that I've worked with usually knowing player limits, or, like, not skirting deeply into that sort of territory. Usually. You haven't played Silent Hill or Move? But have you seen other people play Silent Hill? That kind of villainy is just awful. I want to say, like, thinking about the situations that we had for that, like, we've had the one situation I'm thinking of, my group, I was a player, we were looking at a series of murders that were occurring, and we linked it to basically a sex slavery ring of sorts, like coercion into prostitution. And we didn't have any concrete proof necessarily at the time. We didn't go into, like, details of it. More so, we simply understood that there were women in town who were involved who did not wish to be, or didn't really have any choice. Maybe there was a language barrier there or something. And I want to say one of the players went on a murder spree of basically the pimps. Like she went in there and she painted the walls with the blood of basically all the people who were involved in that ring who were not the girls. So, like, neither of those situations bothered me. But again, we had it's obviously, I would say it's not a realistic, it's a chaotic neutral at best reaction to it, and like you could argue it was chaotic good. Like chaotic good, but like probably more neutral, honestly, with the dispensive vigilante justice sort of situation that went on. And I want to emphasize that character, the player, was not me. But yes, like absolutely could not stand that character. Did not want to stand for that content being allowed. Like the player obviously doesn't like it either, but they thought it was a somewhat reasonable reaction for it. Especially because there was someone else out there who was already murdering people involved with the ring outside of that situation, or like outside of the actual house where it was occurring. So we ended up not finding out who was doing that at all. Who was doing the original vigilante justice. Though we did find out who was behind a lot of it, and it was a local noble who had fallen on hard times, so he was taking advantage of others. He died. And I want to say, we got public sentiment to join up enough with the with our vigilante player enough so that she was simply banished from town and from the party because we wanted to return to that town again. We got the lower ranks, like the commoners, on our side for that. And it was a bit of like, no hard feelings, but you literally can't return to town again without like getting caught by the guards. So next character, please. Long pork, not practical effects that belong in an actual horror movie. I want to say, like, I don't think we've had any instances of cannibalism. I don't think. So yeah, there are supposed to be systems for helping people navigate like these sorts of topics, because you never know what can set people off. For instance, like I've described how I really don't like zombie stuff, but like in tabletop RPGs, unless you're showing me like actual videos or something like that, I can deal with like zombies and things like that in tabletop RPGs. But like there are other topics that I really wouldn't want to deal with potentially. And other people who knows where their lines are. So there are a few systems. There's like the X card, there's lines and veils. I think lines and veils are probably the best, but like X card also is helpful, theoretically. Like having that as like a last, I don't say like last ditch, but like just being able to pull that out in case there's something that really doesn't agree with you that you did not even realize could be in the game. For instance, I was running a Scooby-Doo horror story game once, and there was supposed to be a doll in one of the rooms, like, you know, the normal creepy doll sitting on a moonlit table type thing, and I did not remember, unfortunately, that a player had a fear of dolls. So like after they're like, nope, no dolls, cannot do dolls, I had to change it on the fly. Not that like it's a big deal to change that sort of thing on the fly, but like, okay, plush, is a stuffed animal better? Like, let's go with that. It's a stuffed animal on the table instead. Nothing lost there. No big deal. Like, it was just meant to be a creepy detail. It could have been really anything. It could have been a taxidermied creature, honestly. That probably would have been better. Like a taxidermied pheasant. Okay, posture check. Standing up straight with feet on the flat on the ground. It doesn't matter who is doing the justice because he didn't do a good job. I honestly don't know how they were, like, how good of a job they were doing. Maybe if we just let them have a bit more time. Or I'm not sure if limitations that the character had, like NPC had. Because again, we never found out who it was. I wonder. That campaign is probably dead now, honestly. It's been almost 2 years, I think, since we've played it, so I could probably ask the DM to see if he still has his notes or thoughts on what that was. Where else would my feet be? Up on a chair? Up on, like, the feet of my chair? Like, I have a separate chair that I could be putting my feet on. Also on the wall, theoretically. Although I don't like to do that because it gets the wall dirty. Not that I have dirty feet. Not that I have dirty feet. My feet are fine. My feet are clean. Just, eventually it wears down the paint. The friction. But, or they could simply be just like crossed or something like that. Defensive. My feet are clean. My feet are fine. My feet are beautiful. They're not too big. That's fine. I'm trying to think. Okay, so I'm supposed to be reading through here, finishing up Druid. I have a few more left. We finished Dog, and we did not finish Horse. I remember checking out the secondary attack section. Do I wear shoes in the garden? It depends on what part of the garden. I want to say I am not immune to difficult terrain in a garden. For instance, so I have my garden, my back garden, which has some grass, some, plant coverage, but I'm fine with that. The problem is, what's in the grass? I've seen the bugs that are in that grass. I don't want to step in the grass without something or looking really closely at where I'm stepping. I also have a patio in the garden, so like I don't mind stepping there. With the grass, I've seen the bugs. No, I don't want to feel the worms. And if it's a public area, I think I definitely want to put something on my feet because I don't know what else is out there. I've cleaned up outside my garden where people traverse and they leave all sorts of junk there. I have run across nails bigger, longer than my hands in there. I have come across broken glass, and someone even unleashed like the interior of a stress ball onto the yard. I'm not walking barefoot in there. Maybe a wood elf would do that. They only bite green things. I am already bitten enough by all sorts of bugs when I'm out there, just in the air. I do enjoy time in the garden, but I have to be prepared a little bit. I am not immune. I am not immune to nature. I am less prepared than a wood elf, but I feel like I'm probably a little bit more prepared than a high elf. Wood elves, yeah, wood elves. If you want someone actually, well, in tune with nature, more in tune with nature, go for the wood elf. The garden is tame. I'll go glamping. I won't go camping. Not anymore. not anymore. It's actually been thinking about it. It's probably been like 6 years since I've gone camping. What type of boots do I use? Well, it really depends. I have some slippers that I can use outside. But when it comes to, say, like a rain or something like that, I have, you might describe them as Wellingtons. Wellingtons. But I also have leather boots. I have leather boots, knee-high. They have laces up the side. They're really nice. They're very handy. They're hardy. And, like, I don't want to go galloping around in them in, like, deep mud. But they're pretty good. But, if possible, like, I'd rather go with, I guess, sandals or something like that if I can get away with it. Like, I like I don't necessarily want my feet to be covered, but just something immediately below, so I'm not stepping on bare grass or bare who knows what. I've seen the roaches out there. I've seen the weevils and the grubs on the ground. Nature's gross. Nature's gross. Let's see. But different shoes for different purposes. Okay. So, the horse. The horse's 4th level advancement ability scores. Strength +2 and Con +2. Special qualities, combat trained. See the handle animal skill. I don't know if I would be that bad off. It depends on where you're camping. And I don't think that would happen. Also, I've never been camping in winter, so no. I don't think that would happen. The last time I really went camping, though, I went in bear territory, and that was really frustrating. That was scary. I don't actually know if we saw any bears on the trip, but still, the threat. Part of it was also simply like how small the group was that went camping. Like, if you're in a larger group, that's fine. Although, thinking about it, when I was much younger, I went on a scouting trip, and thinking about your description there, we only had one day to camp overnight, and we had platform tents. So it didn't feel like proper camping, but what did feel like proper camping was having to get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. And there were no lighted paths. So no one really wanted to go alone. So just like a group of 3 or 4 girls with one lantern between them, trying to find their way in the dark to the bathrooms. And again, young girls. And I don't think we were in bear territory, but you never know, really, where they can show up. So just like jumping at the slightest fright and trying to not wake anyone else up at the same time, trying to find our way through. That was... in hindsight, it's funny. But back then, not so much. And the same thing with a recent camping situation in bear territory. Bears do wander. Yes, like I've heard of in areas around here, bears showing up in people's backyards, but I think it's still relatively uncommon. But the other place I went camping, they actually had bear-proof containers, and they warned you, keep your food in the bear-proof containers. Do not keep your food in the car. The bears will break your windows to get that food into your car. It's not safe there. So just kind of so there are actual real bears here, and there's only 2 of us at this campsite right now. It's a little scary. What are those noises outside? Is it a raccoon? Or is it a bear? At 2 a.m. in the dark. Because we could not light a fire. Stepping on a dead branch. I think it is black bears that were in the area. I've seen a few bears. I don't remember what kinds when I was much younger, and from a safe distance. But I don't remember what type of bear it was. It was out west, way out west. It could have been like any kind of bear, really. Anything would have impressed a young me, I think. But yeah, I've definitely heard of black bears in not necessarily my area exactly, but not terribly far away, killing people who are watching them. Don't mess with bears. Don't mess with bears. And thinking about it, like, number one creature I've seen druids turn into has been bears. No surprise. And also my barbarian. I want to say, though, like, there have been also instances of grizzlies going after humans, right? But I think that's more so in the case of humans do something really stupid, like thinking they are a bear and can live among the bears. That's when the grizzlies are, make some corrections. Fatal corrections. Okay, so what's the difference between a horse and a pony in Pathfinder? So for the Druid Companion pony, the starting statistics: size, medium, speed, 40 feet, AC, +2 natural armor, attack, 2 hooves, 1d3, ability scores: strength 13, dex 13, con 12, int 2, wisdom 11, charisma 4. Special qualities: low light vision and scent. Just a pony has less charisma than a horse? Like, sure, they're smaller, so like less intimidation factor. But they're cuter, aren't they? They're cuter. And I want to say, the difference between a horse and a pony is size, isn't it? Like, I know that some people think that like a pony is simply a young horse, but it's actually like more specific breeds, I think. Like, let's see, what is actually the difference between a pony and a horse? So, a pony is not a baby horse. A pony is simply a small horse. So, under a certain size, and sizes in horses are measured in hands. So, let's see. A pony is a horse that measures less than 12.2 hands at the withers. I have no idea what the withers are. What? Oh, the withers is like shoulder blades. So up to the shoulder of the horse. Donkeys? Yeah, donkeys could be scary. I mean, I've met a few donkeys, but the one that stands out most to me had like all the chill in the world. But then again, he was 20 something and retired, and he got visited a few times a day to make sure that he had like his needs taken care of, pretty much. And like he was just allowed to like roam on a few acres of property in a relatively safe country. The old country. Well, safe for a donkey anyway. I think like the most bother was probably the flies, and that's part of the reason why he was visited so much. Like putting, I don't want to say gel, like a paste on him, on his like eye and nose area and mouth, so that he'd be less bothered by flies. Oh, bears and raccoons are part of the same order as skunks. I guess like that kind of makes sense if you look at their paw structure, honestly. Like raccoons are the most skilled, I think, in the hand movements, and bears will probably be second and skunks third. But like you look at how a bear and a raccoon move, and is it really that different? Is the bone structure that hugely different between all three? Smiting fools do not count as manhunting. Nature taking its course. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, like, yeah, that one guy. God, that was a TV series or a movie, wasn't it? The guy who lived among the grizzlies? And yeah, he did not have his head screwed on straight. Rarity have more charisma than Princess Celestia. Yes, I think so. I think Rarity's more charismatic than Princess Celestia. But that's just me. That's just me. My personal opinion. Cloffin has to strike down fools who think they're bear girls. They drop the paws for flippers. Every time I think of walruses, I think of Tusk. I haven't even seen Tusk, and yet it scarred me. I want to say, like, that's really weird that they're all in the same order. Like, okay, so is it what kind of order is that? Like, is it okay, Mephidae? No, it's the family. Oh, because it's carnivora. It's carnivora. Okay. I mean, like, in that case, like, sure, you've got cats and foxes and stuff, and like, you know who else is in there? Weasels, ferrets. Like, it's a really broad thing. So like, when you come down to it, and like hyenas too. Caniformia? But Caniformia isn't the order, right? Caniformia is like a step below that. It's a suborder. Oh, and red pandas are in there too. So the dog-like carnivorans. Oh, and wait, martens are in here too. I guess that makes sense though. I'm thinking of fishers, because fishers are sometimes, I think, called fisher cats, but they're not actually cats. I've seen a lot of reports about fisher cats recently. A fisher cat looks like, actually I can grab the photo. Let me save the photo really quick of this fisher cat and pop it in. Oh wait, why is this so small? They look like big martins, I suppose would be a good way to put it. So like, imagine a way bigger ferret, except less friendly and more wild. Or maybe more like a what's the one that fights snakes? There's a word for that. Or it's a is a stereotype of that particular creature. Not a weasel. It's not a weasel. It's a ferret making someone else have a really fucking bad day, because ferrets already like make people have bad days. And like the fisher cat's having a fine day. Everyone else is not. Everyone else is not. Most of the time I've been seeing fisher cats has been because they've gotten into people's chickens pretty much, and they're trying to figure out what did it. And the answer usually seems to be, you're in fisher cat territory. I'm so sorry. It looks adorable, really? Like, look at... Okay, let me make the picture, like, really big. Look at that eye. Look at those eyes. No, I think it has to do with how, particularly in this case, the creatures are working. Reading about David? No, we're supposed to be reading about druids, but we've gone a little off track and we're talking about other animals. Like, I guess it's kind of cute, but those eyes. Those eyes. Mm. Mm. But yeah, I think it's more so like possums do also go, possums and raccoons and skunks will go after chickens and stuff. But I think it's the particular way that the corpses were left. I say corpses, the carcasses were left that pointed to the fisher cat in the case of the ones that I had seen. His name's David. David the fisher cat. David the fisher. I think part of it is that like a raccoon or something like that will it might either kill in a frenzy but then start trying to drag the bodies away, like to save them for later. And I think the fisher cat, I think the stereotype for that was that it would just like kill everything and then leave. Oh yes, and also fisher cats will kill cats and dogs. They will. Although apparently, okay. There was an older study done, and apparently they only found cat remains, or like not even remains, but like instances of like possible having eaten a cat substances in like 1 out of 1,000 fisher cat stomachs. They found like cat hairs in a single fisher cat stomach. And a bunch of other ones, they couldn't find any remains of cat bits. Small dogs. I mean, you've heard of stories of people with small dogs having to protect them from larger creatures, especially birds of prey, right? That is something that I've heard of. Having to be careful when you're walking your dog. Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of depends. Like, I think that a fisher cat would probably be able to beat up kill a smaller or a larger small dog than say like some of the birds of prey carrying off a small dog. Like, I can't imagine. So like you have a Bichon Frise or something like that. I think larger birds of prey can still take that down easy. They can whisk it off. And like chihuahuas, no doubt, those things could probably be picked up by like a pigeon, honestly. In weight, anyway, not necessarily in like fighting. But I think the fisher cat would probably be able to tackle dogs that are larger, like probably up to like more 20 pounds instead of like being limited to things that are teacup sized. Come back when you can swallow a Great Dane. God. The Great Dane's gonna swallow it, honestly. Actually, I have no idea how large it is. It doesn't say. I don't have, like, we have a tree here, but that could be a big tree or it could be a small tree. How big is a fisher cat exactly? Okay, so let's see. They don't say. Oh, they're only 8 to 13 pounds, or like 4 to 6 pounds. So, head and body could be 19 to 30 inches, and the tail is 12 to 17. So, that's still quite small. And the largest one ever measured was about 20 pounds. But still, I think that it could probably take like a, maybe not a 20-pound dog now knowing the size, but like probably a 16-pound dog. Domestic dog. But a chicken would be far easier. A group of martins is called a richness. That's neat. That, I want to say that, I wonder which came first, like a marten pelt coat or this richness term. Why is this one called a fisher cat? It's a good question. And it might be a case more so of like being able to catch fish. I feel like this is... Oh, and this is also not a cat. Remember, this is in the same family as like martins and ferrets and stuff. Maybe family is not the right term. Oh, yes, actually, it is a part of the weasel family. It is a part of the weasel family. And for some reason, it's called a fisher cat, or simply a fisher. Let's see. And it is also known as a pecan, P-E-K-A-N, which is from an Abenaki language, or the Abenaki language. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Cat-like dogs. Yeah, it's a giant weasel that makes existence everyone's problem. Yeah, that sounds about right. I wonder if there's a larger weasel in the family, in the weasel family. But it's also called a wudjak in Algonquin. Wudjak. Could also be a few other things, like described as a big marten. So why are they called fishers? They don't eat fish. Oh. So apparently European polecat is called a fitch. F-I-T-C-H. And that's where it gets its name. So it's kind of a game of translation there. And the pelt of a polecat in French is fiche or fichette. So I think it was a case of telephone over the ages, especially because this is a creature that is in like North America, like French North America. Some mistranslation between the local English and the French could certainly have happened for that naming scheme to happen. Okay, so like, what is the largest member of the weasel family? Oh, you would think that like a wolverine would be bigger, right? A wolverine would be bigger? Like, how big is a wolverine? Because those are like the big ones, right? Wudjak weasels? Wudjak. W-E-J-A-C-K. Mongooses was the thing I was thinking about. Mongooses are the ones that have that relationship with snakes. Okay. Wolverines are as big as skunks? Okay. Just thinking, like, I've seen skunks. I've seen skunks not even that long ago, necessarily, in the garden. So more of a, like, okay, but how big is a skunk? How big is a wolverine? How big is a wolverine? So they are... Oh! Wolverines are bigger than fishers. Wolverines are much bigger than fishers. So 26 to 44 inches for their body length. I don't even know if that's the largest of the creatures in this family. It might even be, there might be something larger. I actually don't have a description very well laid out for this. Oh, it's in the other space. It's not very even. A 4-footed animal is actually 4 feet long. I don't think that's how it works. I do not think that's how it works. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. There's a lot in that family, actually. Or, like, family is not the right word, is it? It is family. It is a family. This one is. But you can't guarantee it. And I mean, up to ish 4 feet long. Not necessarily 4 feet long. And there's all sorts of other, like, really cool creatures in this particular family. And they probably also, I wonder if they all have similar terms, or if they have individual terms for groups. Like, so there's ermines too, right? And that's another one of those, probably prized for its fur. The same with mink. Like, are those also considered richnesses in groups? I wonder. And martens. Well, the martens are the richness, right? And just thinking, like, ferrets. Ferrets. Ferrets aren't used for fur, right? I honestly don't know. I've never heard of it. Okay. It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. But maybe that's simply because they've been quote unquote tamed. So, like, no use in keeping them for if we can actually domesticate them ish and use them for hunting instead. A group of Primrose followers is called Happy to Be Here. That doesn't roll off the tongue, though. That doesn't roll off the tongue. There's a question, though, like, like, are you sprouts? Are you saplings? Are you something else? Are you something else? Just thinking, like, I probably wouldn't really take kindly to something as, I hate to say, like, feminine. It's like, well, there's blossoms. Or blooms. Sprouts or saplings is probably better, though. I hope one day it will become players, though, once I figure out how to work it. Worms? No. Tame buffalo and lions and tigers. We've trained them, but they're not domesticated, you know? Like, it's still pretty dicey dealing with them. I want to say, yeah. Like, you could probably deal with some individual fishers, but there's always still, I think, I mean, with any animal, there's always that chance, even when they're, like, properly domesticated. I say properly, but, like, even when they're a domestic species. So just kind of what would you even do with a trained fisher? Like, what would you do with it? I guess use it as a hunter? Because it's kind of you probably can't use it as a guard creature. Maybe hunt rabbits or something? Like, if you have a garden, perhaps? Groundhogs, maybe? Like, would they go after a groundhog? Not certain. So yeah, I think, like, the best case scenario for that would be you have a garden that you want to protect, and you don't have any small farm creatures that you want to keep safe. You have no cats. You have no chickens. You have no ducks. And honestly, like if you're trying to get rid of rabbits and stuff in your garden or vermin, you might as well keep a cat. Unless you're afraid of bigger ones, in which case you get a dog. A ferreting dog, even. Like, get a terrier. Get a Jack Russell. Those things will kill like anything. Or a dachshund, I guess, but maybe not because of the back issues. Descendants of wolves as guard creatures? But it's taken so long to get to that point. And they do have other uses too. Only some of them are useful as guard creatures. Only some of them are useful as guard creatures. Some of them are useful as watch creatures instead. Like having to have that delineation of yes. This one is good for being an alarm. But it's no good for actually guarding anything. The alarm will go off. Even a Labrador is good for guards? Is it? Maybe if it's specifically trained to be so, but I honestly thought that Labradors were generally too friendly for that. Like, I don't mean to say like too good-natured. I thought that Labradors were better for hunting. Like Labradors are supposed to be, I think, a bit soft-mouthed. Not quite as much as Golden Retrievers, but I think people do use them as hunting dogs. Like you want a family dog that also happens to hunt, you get a lab or a retriever. If you want a hunting dog that is much more for hunting, then you get like a hound dog. A Jack Russell. Who is Jack Russell? You've seen Frasier, right? You've seen Frasier? That is quintessential Jack Russell Terrier. And I've known a few, and they are very touchy. Very touchy, little spiteful creatures. But I imagine that if you wanted to protect something close to you, they would probably be a good choice. As long as you can get them to be asked to care about the thing in question. I think they might be, they're on the smart end for a guard dog. Or for a terrier. Like it feels weird to make that sort of distinction. Because like terriers in general are smarter creatures. I want to say they do, I think, delineate intelligence in dogs in a few different ways. Why are you getting your buffalo wings at Outback Steakhouse? Why are you eating buffalo wings from Outback Steakhouse? Shame on you. Shame on you. They probably don't even put any franks on it. They probably don't actually make them hot. They probably bread their wings. But yeah, they have a few different ways to mark off dog intelligence. So there's like trainability as that sort of thing. Then there's also, I suppose, like an independent intelligence that's more often to be found in, I think, like bloodhounds and stuff like that. Fried wings are the best. No, not for buffalo wings. Not for buffalo wings. They can stand on their own. They can stand on their own without the breading. That just tends to make a mess. I will say though, like I've made far too many buffalo wings in the past. You can steam buffalo wings before frying them to help speed along the cooking process, and it doesn't end up too terribly, to be honest. That was an Alton Brown trick I learned once when I had to make like 100 buffalo wings for an event. I would not want to do that again. I don't want to say they're a pain to make, but like if you're making a huge batch, it's a pain. What? No, this cannot be. The Outback Steakhouse, like, okay, technically American, yeah, sure, but they're supposed to be pretending to be Australian. They're supposed to be pretending to be Australian. The first American restaurant you can think of, you could have been like Texas Roadhouse. Texas Roadhouse. Or I feel like Hooters is American too, right? Hooters has to be American. What else is American? Ruby Tuesdays? Chili's? McDonald's? Yeah, but McDonald's doesn't serve buffalo wings. I don't think they've ever served buffalo wings. And there's also Buffalo Wild Wings, but I think they're very regional. And I want to say it took so much effort there to call it Buffalo Wild Wings instead of the local term. The McBuffalo. They do not have a McBuffalo. You were jesting. That does not exist. That does not exist. Does it? Because I know like they have the McRib. There's no such thing as a McBuffalo. There's no such thing as a McBuffalo. That would just be a breaded spicy chicken patty, I think. Like boneless, because they wouldn't put a bone in a sandwich. I don't think they've had anything with that particular name. Wait. Okay. Yeah, the menus are regional. Poutine. I've not had McDonald's poutine. I've had McDonald's teriyaki burger in Japan. Look, I went to Japan. I had to see what their McDonald's was like. I felt really bad. It was a rainy day, and I ended up. I was desperate for food and like trying to catch a train, so I ended up bringing my food with me to. There's that one shrine in not Osaka, Kyoto, where it's like up a mountain and there's that huge amount of torii gates, and I think it's a shrine to there's a part of the shrine at least to Inari, like the god of rice and stuff. And so I'm just standing there, like very quietly in the rain, in the dark, trying to eat my McDonald's in this temple, and like hoping like please say this god does not exist, simply because I'm probably blaspheming by eating like American fast food in the Japanese rice god's temple. Ow. What is that temple called? It's Kyoto. Torii Gates. Fushimi Inari. I went to Fushimi Inari, and that's why. Yeah. You expect a non-American to know about American? Well, yeah. A non-American to know about America? Just thinking, like, there has to be, like, there's definitely some stereotypes for naming schemes for, like, restaurants, like Shenanigans. And other, like, popular chains, I suppose. Like, you could have been, like, even White Castle. Even White Castle. Granted, that's also very regional. A plate of fried chicken with fries for $2.50. That's a really good price. Have a good night, Alcavidian. I should probably. Yeah, it is a bit late. Looking at like I only have so much to do here. White Castle is sliders only. But you know what a White Castle is, don't you? But yes, they're majority sliders. They do some other things as well. I have had the misfortune of having White Castle before. I have had it before. I will say, it feels weird to be like there's a ranking for fast food chains. There is. I don't have it very often. Like a lot of the things that might show up, but I've had them. I try a number of things once. Even against my better judgment. And White Castle is one of those things. Harold and Kumar is a movie you have watched. Actually, how long ago did that come out too? Like Harold. That was a 2000s movie, wasn't it? That was 2004. Okay, 2004 and 2008. And then there was 2011. Okay. Just thinking like, were you You were like 4 years. Actually, I don't even know how old you would be. You would be very young when that movie first came out. You would have been very young. So, just more of a, so it made it past its initial airing date. It's a retro movie. Like Euro Trip, although sometimes it can be very hard to find some of those retro movies. For instance, I saw Euro Trip not long after it came out, not in theaters, but elsewhere. And like a decade or so later, I'm trying to find a copy of Euro Trip to watch. You know how hard it is to find that? I end up having to make connections and get it from a library in like Virginia. It was really strange. Even the librarian who I asked about it from, was really surprised because she remembered the movie. Like it wasn't that bad. It was in the same sort of family as like American Pie and such, like that kind of cheesy comedy, coming of age comedy of that period, and like it should not have been that hard to find. It should not have been that hard to find. So I'm wondering if Harold and Kumar is another one of those that has slightly disappeared, or if is it available to stream anywhere legally? is the DVD in print? Did they ever put it out on Blu-ray? Because that is from before Blu-ray, I believe, or right around the start of Blu-ray. When I think about it, 2004. Maybe more like 2005 for the Blu-ray. HD DVD wars. Was that it? Oop. People have some hated opinions on restaurant chains and cereals. You've had Wendy's, BK, and McDonald's. You've had the big three. That's fine enough. There are other ones that are, well, I don't even want to say that they're better. They have their strengths and weaknesses. Wait, you've not had Wendy's? Oh, that's a shame. You've had KFC? Okay. I want to say, out of those three, I generally like Wendy's the best, but that's also because they have really good salads, actually. They have surprisingly good salads. They have a summer strawberry salad. It is delicious. Right now, though, is a like apple pecan, and that's pretty good too. Like, if you're gonna get a salad from a fast food joint, get it from Wendy's. It's worth it. They put it well together. A trilogy collection? Okay, that would probably also help it, the fact that it has a second and a third movie. And the same thing with American Pie, too, that they've got that going on. Versus, I don't know if there was ever a Euro Trip 2. Like, it didn't really set itself up for that. So it's considered a sex comedy. Was there ever a sequel? Let's see. Yeah, I guess there was no sequel for Euro Trip at all. But still. 10-hour drive and cross the country border to go to Wendy's in a Spanish-speaking branch. That's quite the trip for fast food. That's quite the trip. I want to say, I don't think I've ever traveled that far for food before, specifically for food. Though, I did once cross a state border for dinner, but we were close to the border anyway, so I don't feel like that should count. It should not count. Honestly. Actually, now I think about it, I'm wondering, like, wait. I'm trying to remember. It was a long time ago. I think I have crossed the border to eat at, like, a Cracker Barrel or something. It may have been a Cracker Barrel, to be honest. I honestly don't know why in that case we would have crossed the state border for that. But maybe if I ask someone else who was there, they might remember more of that situation. Boatload of American Pie copycats. If the formula works. And Eurotrip, as I said, was not that bad at the time. So 2000s comedy road movies, I suppose, or just sex comedies or teen comedies. Let's see, what else was in this area? Oh, I saw Deep Throat. Wait. No, I did not see that Deep Throat. I did not see Deep Throat. I did not see Deep Throat. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of... There was another movie that was about Nixon, and it was around like this time frame, like 1999 to 2006. And it was a comedy about two girls who were dog walkers for Nixon, and they, in this comedy film, became Deep Throat. They became the informant Deep Throat. But what was the name of that movie? I don't know why I thought it was called Deep... I mean, I know why I thought it was called Deep Throat, but dang. What is it? A plan for a trip? A 10-hour road trip back to your home? Is it, I wonder, like, crossings? Okay, I'm thinking of the movie Dick. Which was Kirsten Dunst and Michelle Williams. But, like, I guess if you're going to buy a car and you are going to, like, it's more worthwhile to buy it in another country and import it into yours, then 10-hour 2-day? Really? You could do that in one day, though, surely. Unless there's a border issue. Oh, the car would be $30,000? Yeah, that would be something. I don't know what the prices of cars are like anymore. I haven't bought one since before the plague, and I know the prices have gone bonkers since, honestly. I know the prices have gone bonkers since, and a lot of places are offering deals for if you bring in a car, one that's not terribly old, or even if it's like, as long as it runs, I think it's worth something. Okay, but yeah, 30,000. That's quite a bit. I think I was looking at cars that were more like 20-something thousand. But then again, I also don't have that. My needs for a car are not that great. I don't need anything big. I'm not carting around a whole lot. And honestly, most of the time, I don't. I could probably make do with more like a scooter or something like that, theoretically. You'd be flying there in the morning. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. When you put it that way, yeah. Sleeping during the day would be a good idea. I mean, I think it's a good idea. I would be doing that anyway. Stay at a hotel and pray nobody steals your car in your sleep? Really? Is it that rampant? Is that bad? I couldn't imagine, like, getting my car stolen while I was at a hotel or something like that. I think the worst that I've encountered has been, the worst thing that I know has been quote-unquote stolen of mine has been an umbrella in Japan. I think it was a misplaced umbrella situation, more so than stealing. Exactly. But can't be 100% certain. Tourists. I'm not blaming the Japanese, I'm blaming tourists. While I was a tourist. Okay. So we handled pony. We did not handle shark. I'm looking forward to seeing about sharks. So, the shark, Druid companion, starting statistics. The size is small. The speed is a swim of 60 feet. That's it. Only swim. AC +4 natural armor. Attack, bite, 1d4. Ability scores, strength 13, dex 15, con 15, int 1, wisdom 12, charisma 2. Special qualities, low light vision and scent. At 4th level, they get advancement. Their size becomes medium, and their attack is a bite of 1d6. And they get ability score increases. Strength +4, dex -2, and con +2. And they have a special quality of blind sense. Actually, that's really cool, getting blind sense at the 4th level as a shark, or like for a shark. Although they are limited to swim, but still, that's incredibly useful if you're in a water-based campaign. People did a caravan across Mexico to get to America so they could get away from the country. Yes. There's a lot of people talk of immigration, but not a lot of people actually could put up and do it. Not a lot of people actually put up and do it, at least in America. And I want to say, I don't know, I suppose, thinking about like relative safety levels and stuff, like, I don't have a whole lot of experience, I suppose, in countries with that sort of safety level. Most of where I've been has been relatively safe. Don't all sharks already have electroreceptors? Yes, perhaps, but at the same time, mechanics. You don't want to buff it too much, apparently. You don't want to buff your shark too much when it's a small shark. Gotta save something for the 4th level advancement. So next thing is snake constrictor. Starting statistics, size, medium, speed, 20 feet, climb, 20 feet, swim, 20 feet. AC +2 natural armor. Attack, bite, 1d3. Ability scores, strength of 15, dex of 17, con of 13, int of 1, wisdom of 12, and charisma of 2. Special attacks, grab. Special qualities, low light vision and scent. 4th level advancement. Size, large. AC +1 natural armor. Attack, bite, 1d4. Ability scores, strength +8, dex -2, con +4. Special attacks, constrict, 1d4. Immigration to Canada is more enticing. Yes, going where your family is seems to be what a lot of people do. So I guess it's really just, if you're the trendsetter in the family, you have to be aware of people following after. I have family who, well, my family, I talk a little bit about the old country a bit. So I am, how to put this? My parents are not from the same place that I am from, but they were also not exactly the trendsetters in the family. They followed after others' footsteps, but they also theoretically had the option of moving to Canada. However, due to situations, they came to America instead. Might fuck around and get a work visa. That's what's well, maybe not work visa, but it's not impossible. I don't think it's impossible, but my family hasn't had to deal with that in a long time, it seems. But I also have a lot of other relatives who have moved to other countries as well, or they moved to other countries for a short amount of time and then moved back home, being lucky enough to get benefits from other family existing. Basically, do you already know someone who owns land? Because otherwise buying a house might be impossible for certain people of certain generations in certain areas. But fuck around and get them. I do know I knew some people who are in America on, I think, like the Dreamer visa. Is that even really considered a visa? And I hope they're still doing well, but they had some troubles with that because I think it kind of limited their options for employment. Not that being in America with a visa is any easier. I think that would have been worse for finding jobs, but it definitely limited the types of jobs they could get, I suppose. And I know a number of people who are on work visas and are working towards full-time citizenship, I believe. That seems to be a lot of the aim. Like, fond of where they came from, but at the same time, after living in America, it can be hard to go back. They live in New York and those prices are... It depends on what part of New York. It really depends on what part of New York. If they're in New York City, I want to say probably easier to find a job, but the living prices are ridiculous unless you live in certain areas. If they live in upstate or western New York, the prices are going to be much more amenable. However, at the same time, finding a job might be more difficult. There's a reason why part of it is called the Rust Belt. But at the same time, like, you can get a pretty decent house for not a huge price, or at least before COVID, it wasn't a bad price. The prices of everything are rising right now, or they were. I think housing right now might be at a bit of a standstill. Might be. But then again, rates on things may have done some strange maneuvers. At least it's not LA. I've also lived in LA for a short while, and I want to say, LA, I don't necessarily know if the prices are worse. Strictly speaking, I think that the prices aren't that much worse. The problem is that you need a car in LA. You can live in New York and the New York metro area without a car, and that saves you quite a bit. Like, you're living in a sardine can, but you don't need a car to get to wherever you're going. LA, thinking about like how people lived there, it's much more spread out. And because of that, and the fact that they don't have a good public transportation system, you need a car. You need a car. And traffic is horrible. Traffic is a nightmare. If you're doing normal people hours. If you're doing off hours, it's easier. But it also depends on which way you're going and where. What about the screenplay drones? I want to say... Actually, I don't... I was going to say, I don't think I knew of any people who were, like, trying to be in that business exactly when I was in LA. However, there were people who were actually in the industry that I knew. However, at the same time, they had made it decently. So at the time, they made it decently. They were being paid for their experience. But yeah, when I knew more about it, I think Glendale was one of the easier places to live. Like cheaper, friendly. I say friendly, but like not bad. The state flag of LA is pretty cool. I don't think it's my favorite, but it's a pretty good flag. I think I really like Maryland actually. Like it's a little bit busy, but at the same time, it is incredibly distinctive. It is incredibly distinctive. And thinking about LA further. One thing that bothered me about LA, I lived there for a few months. It never rained in that time frame. It simply never rained. People had outdoor TVs and stuff. I was just kind of how can you get away with this? Because it didn't rain. Like they could, I suppose, work around the rain. Like I guess just take it down or cover it up during the times when it would be a rainy season. And I mean, there's also the earthquakes and the mudslides, and there were also the brush fires, which I saw the aftermath of. The brush fires. That was quite frightening. So thinking about it and like, okay, so the worst thing that happens in New York has been hurricanes. And that's a fairly rare occurrence, I feel like. Otherwise thinking like, okay, well you could have blackouts or brownouts, but the same thing can happen in LA versus LA. Earthquakes, brush fires, mudslides. I think I would take my chances in New York. You don't like peanut butter and the Maryland flag? The Maryland flag is great. Come on. What's wrong with the Maryland flag? What is wrong with it? It's a very, very distinctive, very classy flag. It's a beautiful flag. And then looking at some of the other US state flags, like, let's see. The flags of the states. Okay, New Mexico is also pretty cool. Arizona's a little busy. Colorado is fine. God, a lot of these are awful. Texas is fine. Like Texas is distinct. Georgia looks pretty cool too. Georgia looks pretty fine. I think it's Georgia anyway. Wait. Wait, no. It's not Georgia. Okay. What states are what? I need a map of states. No, I'm looking at South Carolina. Oh, damn. Okay. Maryland flag is like the ghost story stone. Okay, so I mixed up North Carolina. Or South Carolina and Georgia. In my defense, I don't think I've ever been to either one of those places. Yeah, Colorado does look pretty corporate. Calculated. Calculated is a good way. But it's distinctive. The old Georgian flag. Huh. Like the old Georgia Republic flag? It gives me vibes. Are we talking about the one that's like a huge field of dark red? Because that just gives me like very imposing vibes. But if we're talking about like the modern Georgian country flag, I think, with the red crosses, that looks pretty good too. I like that one. This is not a vexology stream. This is not a flag ranking stream. I want to say a lot of American flags are, I don't want to say boring, but like red, white, and blue, like, sure, there are different ways of going about it, but they tend to stick with the stripes. Vertical. Wait, no, stripes along the horizon, so a little boring. So Maryland is interesting because of the swaps, and it's not just like, here's a blue field with a seal on top of it, which is like super boring because you see how many states have that sort of flag? A lot. Hello, Custom Elvis. We should be talking about finishing up reading Druid. However, right now I'm looking through state flags. I'm gonna grab up a map of this actually. Can I open it? Georgia's old state flag. Okay. Okay, let's see the history of the state flag. I don't know which one. Oh, you mean the one that's a Confederate flag? Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's a shame. It's pretty, I want to say, there are a lot of places that can't seem to give it up. There are a lot of places that can't seem to give it up. Okay, here we have state flags. American state flags. Oh god, this is huge. This is huge. Like, I feel like if I make it too small, you're not going to be able to see it. So, like, covering me up. Partially. Okay, maybe more like that. It's still pretty small, but not the worst. Flag design inside the flag. South Carolina, Ohio. Ohio's interesting because of the shape. It's the one that has that cutout. Maryland, California, New Mexico. I know that Louisiana is another one of those kind of like, it's a thing on a blue border, but like it's a pelican or something like that. That's kind of cool too. And in the same sort of vein as South Carolina with their tree and moon. Blue background with state seal. Yeah, distracted, super distracted. And look at Washington, Oregon, whatever the northwesternmost one is. They're fancy because they have a green background. You see the states you have lived on in this map? So do I. So do I. All the states I've lived in. And then there's also like, oh, this one's more teal than blue. And then you have like Kansas and Montana where they have to label it too. And it's just like, bro, you could have done so much better than this. For just thinking like Kansas, I honestly don't know what you could have done better, but you could have done better. Louisiana chose a weird biblical thing. Is it a weird biblical thing? I thought it was like a pelican. Do I have to take a closer look? Am I gonna be upset if I look at it? Because I just thought like, oh, pelican, cool. Union, justice, and confidence. A pelican in her nest, feeding her young with her blood. So a pelican in her piety. Mm. Spanish Louisiana flag looks pretty neat. The Cross of Burgundy looks kind of cool too for their history. Is it really a Catholic? Oh, is it really supposed to be a... Oh. It's a Catholic thing, I guess? I wouldn't have pegged it as that, but I guess it's like a really... It's a fleur-de-lis, but like really literal, I guess? Let's see. Hmm. I would not have guessed it as a Catholic or like Christian thing, honestly, out of everything here. I want to say it somewhat makes sense considering Louisiana. Considering that they actually have parishes as a kind of a governance system. They're a bit of an outlier down there. And again, it really depends on, like, I suppose the area that you're in. Although I've never been to Louisiana. I just know someone who came from a nearby area. Mississippi and Florida. Florida's Alabama with a Florida state seal in it. Wait a second, just looking. Like, okay. Mississippi. Wait. Mississippi and Florida. It's just, okay, Mississippi is the one that's right next to Louisiana, right? Because the Mississippi River runs by it. Like, that's what the, like, up northwest border is. So, the one with the, like, tiny, the green one, the green state, that's Alabama, right? So, Alabama and Florida look similar, I think. I only know Alabama shape because I have a acquaintance who is from there. So I learned the shape. And I also learned how to cook gumbo from her. Not that I've done it very often, but I have her recipe. Yeah, state seals are boring. State seals are bad. It's even just the ones that have their name on the actual flag too, like Kansas and Oklahoma and Wisconsin and Oregon and Montana. I'm just looking at the Northwest. So there's that one flag that's a square, right? Or something very close to a square. That's gold with a anchor in it. I wonder, is that Rhode Island? Is that Rhode Island? Rhode Island's kind of cool. I don't necessarily think that they need the, like, word, because they have that blue thing below is a little banner area that says hope. Like, they don't need that. They could just get away with the stars and the anchor, and that would be cool. Especially since, like, does it have a gold border, or is that simply how they chose to stylize it? Okay. So I suppose that's simply... Okay. The fringe, the gold area around it, the border, isn't required. It's just supposed to be a flat white flag, but I suppose it's like, if you're going to have a border, might as well make it gold to match. Yeah, I'm not interested in Confederate flags. But Alaska's flag is interesting too. And so is Hawaii. Hawaii feels a bit out there, honestly. It has 3 red stripes, 3 white stripes, and 2 blue stripes. I wonder why. Is Maine the JoJo flag? Well, it makes it JoJo. I see like it has a very it looks like it has a very detailed man. It, it has 2 farmers on it, I suppose. Purple suit? No, it's red. One's red and one's blue. I think purple would be too expensive. Oh, so it's a farmer and a seaman. Seaman as in sailor. It's a sailor. I don't know why they called it a seaman. And like New York's flag is... I want to say it's worse than boring. It's kind of worse than boring because it's super detailed. It's super detailed. And it's got the blue border with the stuff around it. Used of Witcher terminology? Correct, sure, yes, that's the excuse. Tennessee's flag is actually kind of cool too, you know? Like a little bit. I wonder what that's all about. Like, please tell me it's not their way of getting around having a Confederate flag. Because, like, I don't really see, like, the stars in that kind of circular alignment. And especially because it has that blue and white border on one side. Like, that's unusual. The fact that it's not, it's actually not balanced at all. Even looking at the circle. I wonder why. Oh, it's from 1905. Okay, so it's a tricolor. Oh. So the stars are supposed to represent like the geographical regions of Tennessee, and that's why they're slanted. And the current one was designed by a lawyer. That's... Huh. Oh, wait, no. So the bars originally were slanted because they wanted to represent regions of Tennessee. Alaska cannot claim a constellation? I mean, they're not exactly claiming it. And who else is even really using a constellation in their works? I wonder what the flags of Canada are like. Okay. That's neat. Interesting. That's dumb. Just looking more at the Tennessee flag, the reason why they have the blue bar on the side is just because it looks good. Like legit. And supposedly, the reason why it's 3 stars, okay, yeah, erroneously reported. Okay. Like, oh, after the original 13, Tennessee was the 3rd. It's kind of like counting doesn't work that way. You don't do 13 plus 3. I want to say, like, why would the Hawaii be worried about angering the British? Why? Why would they not want to anger the British? So yeah, I'm glad that the Tennessee flag doesn't have any strange history to it, because it does look like a cool flag. It's not my favorite, but at the same time, in this sea of like terrible flags, it ain't so bad. It's like a 7 out of 10 for a flag. Maybe an 8 out of 10. Huh. Oh. Royal Navy historical relations with the Hawaiian Kingdom, huh? Interesting. Hawaii is in a strange space as a state. Mm. Ah. Huh. Reading more about that. So, I wonder why they chose. Did they explain why they chose that amount of stripes? Like, is that simply what they thought looked good? Because, I mean, that's a perfectly acceptable reason, too. Oh, the stripes for them are for the islands. Okay. Okay. And I mean, if you have to divide it up, then of course something's going to be left out. And you'd probably want to leave out blue because it's just such a heavy color in comparison. Georgia for its pre 2001 flag. Okay. Georgia old, right? I mean, we looked up what the Georgia flag looked like before, but more of a case of, like it commits the cardinal sin of, it commits two cardinal sins at once, that flag. I can see why it would be ranked dead last, even amongst the mediocrity that is the state of Oregon, 1859. You know what? Mississippi doesn't look so bad either, does it? With the flower. Isn't that a lotus, actually, in the center? Mississippi flag. Although it is a shame that it has the "In God We Trust" at the bottom. Oh, it's a magnolia. I should have known that. Is that a new flag? Oh. Oh. So the Mississippi flag that I'm looking at, the one with the flower in the center, the one on this map, is 20 months old. Because before that, they were another one that had probably a very low ranking when measured nationally flag. I would hope. So, like, in comparison, yes, this new flag is gorgeous. Despite the use of text. Despite the use of text. And, like, the gold is a nice addition to it. Like, it's tasteful. Like, having the gold in the center and a single star in the sidebars. It helps break it up a little bit from other flags on this map with simply red, white, and blue. It looks like they actually hired someone to design it. Let's see. Utah's flag history is just watching simplification of logos. Utah. Okay, I know which one Utah is. I've been to the Four Corners. I vaguely know which one's which. I know Utah is the one that's between Colorado and Nevada. Is Utah really that bad looking for flag? Utah. Yeah, why is there a beehive? And what did they do to those poor flowers behind it? Yeah, looking at it, they've run it through a few too many times vectorization. Like, they lost the original copy and they're just like, fuck it, I'll run this one through like a vectorizer. And then repeat that process like 3 more times. That's why. That's part of why it looks so awful. So it's a Sego lily. It's a Sego lily. They really did not do that flower justice in the backgrounds. They did not. Utah has 5 corners. Yeah, but why would you go to like any of them, honestly, aside from the one in the center? The one place where theoretically you could stand in 4 corners, you can stand in 4 states at once. You could have your left foot in Utah, right foot in Colorado, your left hand in Arizona, and right hand in New Mexico. That is the way it goes, right? I mean, either which way, you could just cross your hands. But there's actually a metallic plaque there to signify the center of the 4 corners. So you can do one of those stupid photo shoots. And that's the only corner that matters. Except perhaps the corner that's close to Nevada, the lower one, because that's close to Las Vegas. So people might stop by there too. But really, it's big. It's empty except for the Mormons in Salt Lake City. There's no other real reason to be there. Oh, I guess skiing, right? People ski in Utah. So like, maybe one of the other corners is good for skiing. I wouldn't know. Oh, hello, sweetie. Thank you for the raid. What were you doing? What were you doing? We're supposed to be reading about druids in... We're supposed to be reading about druids in Pathfinder, but we are instead talking about state flags. We are talking about state flags. So, for those who don't know me, I am a night blooming elf. I'm a garden elf. And I come out to play games. Right now, I should be learning the rules for Pathfinder, which is a free tabletop game, because I have an event coming up that I'm supposed to be preparing for. Instead, however, we are talking about state flags. How I got to this point, I do not remember. I might be an elf. I may have lived for a long while. Sometimes short-term memory is a little faulty, you know? Womp womp? Isn't that... isn't that Shy Lilies? I don't know what womp womp is, honestly. Like, I've only watched her a little bit. Is it just a saying? It's just a saying, right? Okay. Flags. Yes. Talking about how good some of them are and how bad some of them are. I think it was a case of... So, okay, that's removes top 5. South Carolina, North Ohio, and stuff. Although mine isn't so bad. I don't think... I'm going to save my list of flags for a tier list eventually. A Vexology tier list. That could probably be divided into, like, US state flags versus, like, worldly flags. Because US state flags, I mean, look at this batch. Look at these flags. Like, honestly, you could cut this list down to 10. And that would probably be all the good ones. Like, really, truly. I want to say, it seems like a few of them are aiming to redesign, which is good, because, as stated, a lot of these suck. There's far too many that are blue with a seal stamped on them, and they do not need to be labeled. You do not need words on your flags. It's unfortunate that, like, one of these was just recently redesigned, and they kept words on it, like, and especially what words they chose, like, not on the state flag, bros. A tier, B tier, C tier, blank background with state seal. That's fair. Ooh. I want to say there's probably like an F tier too, honestly. Well, maybe just looking like, okay, the old Georgian flag would have been like F tier. Old Georgian flag would have been F tier. That one was literally like a Confederate flag with a seal next to it. So it committed like multiple sins, multiple major sins, huge sins in vexology. But one of the signs of a well-designed flag or icon or something like that would be how easy it is to reproduce in a simple format. And losers. But yeah, how simple it is for someone to reproduce it, right? And I want to say there are a lot of flags in here that would not necessarily be good at that, like would not be easily reproducible by kids. And just because they do follow that doesn't necessarily mean that they're like rather like visual interest, I suppose. Oh, have a good night. Oh, someone else is going to bed. Take time that you need. It's late at night. It is actually quite late at night. But yes, my initial reason for this, I think, was the Maryland flag, which is the one in the upper right area, or like mid upper right, with the red and white crosses and the gold and black like weird diagonals. It's a very striking design. It's not, strictly speaking, easily reproducible by a kid, but they could probably get like the general idea around, like yellow and black splotches and then like red and white splotches. I wouldn't really expect any more than that, but it's a really cool flag nonetheless. It feels old-fashioned compared to the others. It feels old world, you might say. And it's certainly better than Pennsylvania and New York and New Jersey and Delaware and Virginia and West Virginia around it. Like literally better than all the other states touching it. I was about to include Ohio, but one, I don't necessarily know if I count it as better than Ohio. Like Ohio is also interesting, and also it's not touching Ohio. So like, phew, don't have to make that sort of decision. I have to wonder, like, so there's this flag off to the side of in the ocean, theoretically, and I'm wondering what that is. Like, what does that represent? Because I understand the flags at the very bottom. The islands are territories. Like I see Puerto Rico. I know that flag in that country. I don't necessarily remember the rest of them in that area though, and I absolutely have no idea what that one piece to the side is, because the implication there is that it is like surrounded by other countries, like it's a small place surrounded by other countries, and I don't know what that is. Like, what could that be? That little flag. So, oh, you know what? That might be DC. Yeah, just looking at the name of the file and how it's United States with territory states and DC flags new too. I'm thinking, that would explain it. Virginia's yellow, Maryland is blue, and it's just a tiny little green thing in the center. And with how tight the Northeast is, it would make sense for them to pull that out. I understand what they were going for with Alaska. It doesn't really stand out in comparison to other states. It might be that because the stars feel too small, like it doesn't have any sort of splash. It's just so overall dark. But maybe that's partially what they're going for. And Wyoming is... I wish that they removed... I think it's a state seal inside the bison, because like that's actually a really cool design as well. like the multi-frame and then the animal in the center. Like very, very striking. It's just, it looks like there's a seal on the bison and you could remove that and it would just be fine. It is the seal, right? In the flag of Wyoming. Yes, it is the seal. Yeah, just don't need it. 6th place. I don't know about 6th place, but Bison forces it. The Bison does not make it mediocre. Bison is cool. The Bison is cool. Better. The seal. Okay. Yeah, the seal. Like at this distance, it seems more fine because you can ignore the seal, but I feel like after that, not so much. Like if it's any bigger. Okay, it's been a... You don't like the etching? That's fair. It might also partially be because of the fact that all the flags here are also outlined in gray, which adds an extra piece of line work that might interfere with it. Should be a buffalo. I want to say, isn't a buffalo a bison? I thought they were the same thing. Am I wrong? Like, am I wrong? American bison. It's a species of bison, collectively. Okay, so a buffalo. Oh, okay. So they're referred to as buffalo, but they're not actually buffalo. A bit like, I guess, the Fisher cat thing. Oh, we were talking about Fisher cats earlier. Fisher cats are not cats. They are more like martens or weasels. And they are nasty little critters. Actually, I shouldn't say little. They can be pieces of work. Okay. Bison have large humps on their shoulders and bigger heads than buffalo. I wonder if it's also to do a bit with like the shagginess of the like bison versus a buffalo. But it's also, I guess, a like buffalo are not American. But I guess if you see like looking at bison, there's nothing exactly, I guess like buffalo are the closest thing to bison from the old world. And yeah. No wonder they were named that way, I suppose, if it's the only thing you can compare it to. Okay, so there's only 2 species of bison and 2 buffaloes? No, that's not right. Okay. So I've seen bison before. And not in a zoo. And they're a bit frightful. The herds, anyway. Although individually too, like, they're big. Oh, huh. Bisons are the national mammal of the United States of America. I did not know that we had a national mammal, but it should not surprise me considering that there are national mammals, I think, for a lot of states. State welcome signs are slightly better than state flag signs. I want to say, are you sure? Because I feel like there would be a lot that would be really bad too, though. Oh, but then again, like you said, slightly better than state flags. It's kind of like, oh, so... so the bar is very slightly higher. Very, very slightly higher. So you have the state bird, or national bird is the eagle. bald eagle. National mammal is the bison. And let's see. Oh my god, there are state like amphibians and fish and dog breeds and dinosaurs. That's like way too much. There are state horse breeds. Oh, not everyone has them though. So I guess it's wait. One state, at least one state, has a state microbe. And there are state mushrooms. New Mexico still A tier. Okay. Some of them have multiple mammals. Like how greedy are some of these states to have multiple state mammals? Like leave some for the others. I wonder if there's any sort of informal rule that you can't have the same state mammal or something like that as another state. Like what happens if there are multiple states that have the same critter? Like there are multiple that have the right whale, apparently. Massachusetts and Georgia both have the right whale. I don't know what a right whale is. Ground bison is tasty. I have nothing to say against that except ground bison is tasty. And also, I don't think it has to be just ground. You could probably get like bison leg if you know a butcher. Oh, this is actually really cute. Maryland state mammal is a calico cat. All I can think of is, it kind of looks like the state flag with the like patches of black and gold. It's cute. New York's is a beaver. North Carolina's is a possum, or one of them is a possum. You can understand why Maryland has that as their flag. You can't get fried bald eagle. You can't even get eagle feathers. And I want to say, thinking about, like, people don't really think about bison necessarily as the state animal, but the bird you could certainly think about. So like what about country birds? Like country birds. That's a weird thing to look up. Like yes, I'm looking list of birds. Like okay. So just thinking like what's another word to represent that? Like national birds? National birds. List of national birds. How many of these do people actually eat? You know? Like there's gotta be some in here. Okay, Australians it's an emu. You eat emu. And they eat kangaroo too. I bet the kangaroo is one of the state animals. Or it's something like a koala, which you don't want to eat because they're like syphilis ridden. What is the state mammal? National. Okay, mammal. Okay, Australian state. Australian. National mammal is the kangaroo, and they eat kangaroos. They eat both of their state or like country critters, not state, national critters. Let's see what else. I wonder if you can eat no, you cannot eat kestrels. Kestrels are not good. British Virgin Islands. I think you could eat mourning doves, right? Unless they're endangered. Scotland's national animal has gone extinct because people ate too much. I could imagine that. Yeah. I could certainly. Just thinking like Galapagos turtles. We've already talked about that. Finland's is a whooper swan. France is a Gallic rooster. I think you can. I want to say cockerel is not exactly tasty, but you can definitely eat it. I mean, cockalvine. Partridges. I wonder if you can probably eat a barberry partridge. It's a game bird. Mm. Do people eat peacocks? I honestly don't know. Like, why do people keep peacocks, by the way? Like, what do you do with peacocks? Is it really just like a display piece? Mm. Or do they have some sort of purpose? People eat peacocks? Okay. I want to say, like, I can understand if they have benefits for eating pests, because that's one reason that people keep birds, potentially, outside of eating them. Chickens for the eggs. Ah, okay. I suppose that's fair. Keeping them for eggs. Might depend on how smart they are, though. Japan has the green pheasant. I wonder if that's something that they're willing to eat. Is green pheasant something that they will eat? Does not necessarily look like it. Or at least it's not a common thing. A chicken, a turkey, and a peacock. I want to say there's some really pretty chickens. There are some really pretty chickens. And like peahens are really not a whole lot to write home about. But like there are some really pretty roosters and such out there. Especially when you get more into like jungle fowl style stuff. I think also like the size of them also might be a bit of an issue because like chicken's a lot smaller than peacocks, right? Okay, I am watered. What else is in here that you could eat? Kiwi. Wait, do people eat kiwi? The bird? Okay, posture. Do people eat kiwi? I should say I'm pretty certain they don't eat kiwi now because they're endangered, I think, right? Because of the fact that they're like they're so niche and such. But like did they eat kiwi? Okay. So like Maori did eat kiwi and they don't hunt them necessarily anymore. There's a reason they are called kiwis, though. And how to put it? Oh, there's partridges too. There's partridges too. What else is there? You don't eat snowy owl. You don't eat vultures. You don't eat golden eagles, I don't think. European robins, I don't think they eat that either. There's not a whole lot left in here. Let me take a look. Keel-billed toucan, though. So, like, you don't eat the toucan, right? I'm just thinking, like, it seems actually it wouldn't be very heavy, would it? The beak. Like, you could probably find a better use for the bird than eating it. Like, maybe train it to be a guard bird or something. Maybe guard bird is not the right word. Watch bird is probably better. Watch bird is probably better. Oh, but they are okay. They are eaten for their meat. Never mind. Never mind. They look pretty neat though. So I guess it's kind of a case of, well, if it's edible, no matter how pretty it looks. Okay. Let's see. I was reading before all this about like birds, state birds, and if you could eat them. A variety of the toucan is your bird. A woodpecker was slantless, into then a parrot. I mean, I want to say parrots have pretty good intelligence, right? So, like, it's not a bad thing to say that they're less intelligent than a parrot, or like a little slightly less intelligent than a parrot. It's not like you're saying it's slightly dumber than I think it's a mourning dove. There's a particular bird that is known for making like absolutely shitty nests. Like, here are three twigs that are barely touching. This is my nest. I'm going to put out my eggs in this nest. And this nest is like on a concrete patio or something like that. No, crows are actually very smart. Crows are incredibly smart. No, I think mourning dove nest. Yeah, I think it might be a mourning dove. That can be very dumb. Very, very dumb. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I'm going to a hustler. I don't know about that. Let me. Okay, maybe if I just look up like dumb bird nests. Dumb bird nest. Let's see. Oh, okay. Maybe it's just straight up a pigeon nest. Pigeon nest. Okay, I think it is actually just like a pigeon nest. Let me actually. Can I bring this up real quick? These nests. I'm wondering now, actually, if I look up. Last Thursday, every Thursday, I go to a bar and I play board games. One of the things I come out at night for. And last Thursday, we got through a real life game of Wingspan and looking through the cards. It's not quite as easy to read the details about it, but it's still pretty neat to see. I don't know if I've come across like a pigeon, but maybe it's because it's not like a New York, or not New York, because it's not an American bird proper, but I don't know. Okay, I've got the pigeon nest up. Let me drop this up. Okay, let me drop the Fisher Cat image. That's not a Fisher Cat anymore. Let me bring up the Chrome page. And like, you see these nests, right? Like, look at this nest. Look at that nest. Right there. That is super lazy. That is awful. That is art. I mean, technically. Actually, no. Wait. I suppose it's a case of like, is there a. No. Like, oh, you know what? Just thinking. I don't know if it counts as art. Thinking about legally, it does not count as art, I don't think. That's a weird claim to make. I shouldn't say that. Thinking about the selfie that was taken by the monkey and how like it's public domain. And it's kind of okay, so in the case of like the pigeon and its nest, I don't think it has any, it's not making commentary, is it? It's just a really dumb bird. A really dumb bird. pigeon sculptors. Like, it's really, it's it's so dumb. It's actually kind of cute and endearing. Like, what is even? Look at this. Like, this has to be fake. You know, it has to be fake. See, okay, this one I could believe. This one I could absolutely believe. Some of these nests. I know, I mean, I've learned through Wingspan that, like, okay, there are different types of nesters. They might make nests in trees, they might build nests that are in different types of shapes. Like, they might essentially build a entire like sphere barrier with a hole in it, and that some are more ground nesters. So, like, I guess if you consider a pigeon a ground nester, sort of, except, well, in modern day situations, in urban environments, it's really dangerous. It's really dangerous. Like, this is relatively safe, and that's probably just because it's so up high. Dead trees or caves for vultures. Look at this. Look at this. Is that like literally in a tire? That's literally in a tire. Like, dead trees are actually a little worrisome to nest in because of the fact that, what if it falls over? Like, you have to hope it keeps up. And it's a vulture. Does it really have that sort of deep thinking available to it? I don't think so. So I wonder why they choose specifically dead trees versus living trees. Like, what's the benefit? I suppose it's easier to get materials for building the nest off of a dead tree. Maybe it's easier to, like, hollow it out or something. I don't. You know, bird brain can theoretically be a compliment if you think about it in the right context. And again, at least vultures are not as dumb as pigeons. Like, maybe they're not as smart as crows. I don't know. I don't know what. I have not studied birds. I don't know what the variable intelligence of birds are like. But I hope that vultures are on the higher end and not on the pigeon end. Okay. We're supposed to be talking about. We're talking about animals again, at least. We're talking about animals again. But it is really late. I have some things I have to take care of in the garden. It's actually kind of a busy season right now because it's raining again. Things need to get taken care of, and things need to be put away. Rent prices for caves are pretty low, if you say so. I would think that maybe electric bills might balance that out. If you need light, electric bills might balance it out. Okay, I was about 2 away from finishing the Druid, so we will finish the Druid for tonight. So we got through Constrictor Snake, I believe, at least the base stats, but not necessarily the 4th level advancement. So the 4th level advancement for Constrictor Snake, Animal Companion to the Druid, is a size large, AC +1 natural armor, attack, bite 1d4, ability scores, strength +8, dex -2, and con +4, and special attacks, constrict 1d4. Sleep when the sun goes down? That's not happening. That's not happening for me. Oh, but you don't sleep at night either. I should expect that. Actually, Time zones. Time zones. How do they work? I'm still surprised that there's a time zone just 1 hour ahead of me. That's still a little bit of a shocker. I must be such a sliver of the population. So a viper snake is next. Starting statistics: size, small. Speed, 20 feet. Climb, 20 feet. Swim, 50 feet, or 20 feet. AC, +2 natural armor. Attack, bite, 1d3 plus poison. Ooh, that's spicy. I don't think we've seen that yet. Ability scores: Strength 8, Dex 17, Con 11, Int 1, Wisdom 12, and Charisma 2. Special attacks: Poison, frequency 1 round 6. I wonder what that means. Just like, okay, frequency 1 round 6. Effect 1 con damage. Cure 1 save. Con based DC. Special qualities: low light vision, scent. Barbados. Is Barbados an hour ahead of Eastern Daylight Savings Time? There are apparently chunks of Canada that are also like that. But I have not been there. I'm going to err on the side of Canada rather than Barbados, based on poutine. I wonder if you can hear that if I do this. Only a little bit, I guess. Labrador, Newfoundland. So the 4th level advancement for the Viper, the size becomes medium. Attack, bite, 1d4 plus poison. Ability scores: Strength +4, Dex -2, Con +2. Is that an orange? What is it? This noise? Or are you talking about? I don't know if you can hear that. No, it's actually a paper fan. It's still a little warm out. I don't have the air on, so just a paper fan. Oop. One noise like this noise is actually like folding the paper fan up and down. But if it was a different noise, that was actually fanning the microphone. But I think that's a bit harder to capture. Like maybe if I had an actual 3-2, it would be actually, I don't know if that would make a difference. But maybe if I had different kinds of soundproofing, it might be easier. I also don't know exactly what this sounds like. And it also probably helps if I don't have the other noise going on. My mouth opens at the same time as the fan? I don't know what you mean by that. Unless it might be a case of simply the mic is not picking up the noise until I speak, in which case that might be it. But no, I am actually trying to practice for my lessons. We will see how that goes. I mean, I am practicing, but we'll see how well I did in practice. Another day. When it's not ASMR. Okay, let's see. So, the Snake Viper, 4th level advancement. Size, medium. Attack, bite, 1d4 plus poison. Ability scores: Strength +4, Dex -2, and Con +2. Thank you for the lesson, Luck. I don't want to say I'm going to need it. I don't need it. I just need to practice. Luck gets you like 1% of the way there. I've been uploading more to the archive, but not. I haven't caught up yet. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I think I just have started like early September for it. No, I'm not going to do a karaoke stream at 5 subscribers. No. I'm going to do a karaoke stream when I can sing one song at least. At least let me get one song down. No, I'm already at like 4, aren't I, or something like that? I'm not counting my like YouTube VOD subscribers because I'm not really advertising it anywhere at all. But like maybe when I do a proper debut, I think it might be better to save karaoke for then. And maybe then I will have a test sample of a song. Not while I'm in ASMR mode. I actually tried when I was practicing earlier today. I forgot to swap my mic settings from like regular to from ASMR to regular, and listening back, oh, it was awful. It was awful. Mm, mm. But yeah, I don't think I'd be able to like sing it with that setting on, with these settings on, I should say. Not in the way I've been practicing. I think I did like do a tiny bit of singing in one of my clips. If let me grab it out. But again, it's like not like true singing. It was like more referential. You could describe it that way. And it was in ASMR mode. And that was before I took any lessons. Not that I've really taken many lessons. I have not taken many lessons. But like now I know I have some issues. No data was returned? Let me see. Yes, I think I actually clipped that bit out because I wasn't certain if I wanted to. When I was going for the lessons, like signing up, I wasn't certain if I should show a clip of me singing or if I should have a file. So I clipped that real quick. It's not like I had sung with the intention of like showing it off for that instructor. It just kind of happened. So let's see. No, it's not. No, that's not the singing. It's not the singing. But there is a clip of me singing. I think it may have something about Evangelion in the name because I was singing Come Sister Todd, Come Sweet Death. Where is it? I can't find my clips. Where are my clips? And I don't know if I could, again, sing that one in ASMR mode. Where is it? Evangelion reference here. Okay. So 15 days ago. Do I have that link? Can I just like... Shoot. Yes, that's the one. That is the one. And looking back on it, it's kind of a, okay, yeah, there's definitely things to fix here. There's definitely things to fix here, but I will be working on it. And again, like singing, trying to sing in a sort of ASMR-ish way without blowing the mic out is a bit difficult, I think. I know that there's been, I'm very impressed with a lot of other VTubers, streamers and their singing abilities. Even when they don't have any formal training, they've had a lot of practice in singing that I haven't had. So, admiration too for that. Admiration. That's probably a better word. I'm on the right track too. Singing's fun. Singing's fun, but it's also a little difficult, especially if you're trying to practice alone. Like when I was practicing, I was recording as well and trying to keep track of that, and it can be difficult to listen back on things. I'm still trying to become, I guess, a bit more regular about it in terms of being able to hit things. Singing is fun. It's a little difficult. It's difficult, but it's fun. Alone or with a vocal coach, and no in between. Well, I suppose it would be weird to practice in like a larger group setting. Unless you're talking about karaoke, because that's what I've heard more so. Like, just having learned how to sing through going to karaoke. There's meows and stuff. No, there's no meows. I don't meow either. The closest I've gotten has been like the oh no. That's not the same. American vocal coaches. The only training I've gotten in singing, aside from like the very first lesson I've taken, has been decades and decades ago. Not like one-on-one or anything, just group work. And well, don't really have to worry about a whole lot if you're in a group singing, right? Or not quite as much. Like the bar was not high. The bar was not high. But like I did learn how to do some things from that. How much I remember is not necessarily great. And part of it I can probably also attribute to having learned an instrument or two. Not that I can play anymore, I am decades out of practice, but I once knew how to play some instruments. You were in a competition, the bar was also not high? I think I saw some of the competition and it's I think from what I saw, at least people were competent from what I saw. Most of like the local, well, thinking about like what goes down in the karaoke I've been to, less competent. What? That's one of those kind of, it's a trigger, right? Like I'm not actually really doing like triggery ASMR, but it's not bad to include, right? I have one more left, and then I should actually really be calling it because there are things to attend to. So we have, for the last animal companion of the Druid is the wolf. I wonder if this is one of the more popular ones for a companion though, like all the way here at the bottom. Starting statistics: size, medium, speed, 50 feet, AC, +2 natural armor, attack, bite, 1d6 plus trip. Ability scores: strength 13, dex 15, con 15, int 2, wisdom 12, charisma 6, special qualities: low light vision, scent. I mean, isn't that the point of tongue clicks? Like tisk, tisk, tisk. Seventh level advancement for the wolf. Size, large. AC, +2 natural armor. Attack, bite, 1d8 plus trip. Ability scores: strength +8, dex -2, and con +4. When it comes to a lot of the ASMR triggers and stuff, I don't know how people include it in terms of like doing just chatting kind of streams. I've watched some ASMR, but the stuff I really like doesn't really do a whole lot of talking necessarily. Thank you, Autumn Tayan for the follow. ASMR triggers work. Mm, mm. Like I really like ear rubbing noises, but that's not something you can do with a non 3DO mic, unfortunately, where it's a lot more difficult because it really relies on like the ear coverings for that noise. And a lot of the time it's hard to tell like how exactly are they creating these mouth noises. For some other things, yeah, it doesn't work without the ears. Yeah, I was really disappointed to find that out. Like, can do mouth noises to some extent. Clicking is easy. But when it comes to other things, I haven't done a proper test on what's good and what's not. And like I've listened to, I think it's Kyo, right? Kyo does insane work. Like 7 hours every day or something like that. Sniffa is like sniffing nose noises. That's I've only done like the sniffing kind of noises, I guess, if that's what it is, for like emphasis on things. Like, I won't say plot wise, but like story wise. Like I've watched a few reading streams as well. Breathe into the mic. I have a pop filter for a reason. But then I'm like, if I get too far into it, then it's going to be hard to keep track of the audio mixer too. Like I have to do a more proper test. And like if I'm reading books, it's kind of weird to start injecting things like breath into clicks, right? Like how do you do that? Reading is reading, and like the noise SMR is noise SMR. I guess I can understand it with just chatting, but I don't know how to incorporate that yet. I need to practice. Another thing I need to practice. Okay. Okay. Who's awake at this hour? Who is awake at this hour? Is there anyone else doing ASMR? Is there plosives? I'm trying to avoid plosives. I'm trying really hard to avoid plosives. I'm also like for singing, trying to not get stuck on noises, and also not trying to get like too I think I've been told I enunciate my T's a bit, and trying not to do that so much in singing. And I don't know if that's a good thing for ASMR or not. Okay. Oh hey, Sharon Queen. She's the ear squeezy lady. Like rubby lady. Vigilante? Like vigilante? Emphasis would help. Yes and no. It might depend on the kind of song. Let's see. Why do I use the hard G? Is that not how it's pronounced? Wait, vigilante? Vigilante? I don't know. You might as well ask me why I say GIF instead of, well, GIF instead of GIF. It simply is. Okay. Let's see. Who is up? It seems like there's no one exactly reading. this one. That's. Mm-hmm. Okay. But there's. Mm, mm, it's okay to be. Look. Giraffe is fine. Giraffe is fine. Jeff is fine. Jeff is fine. There's nothing wrong with Jeff. Okay. 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 I think I have someone to rate. She's doing noises and talking. So we'll see how that goes. It'll be something to listen in on. There is nothing wrong with the Maryland flag. The Maryland flag is beautiful. It is beautiful. So I hope that you will enjoy Ulandel more and her ASMR. She's not reading, but she is talking and making noises. She is talking and making noises. On Wednesday, tomorrow, I'm going to be finishing Sucker for Love. And Saturday, we're going to be dating Pigeon Boys. So I've heard. And Sunday will be more reading. So I will hopefully see you again tomorrow night. Thank you very much for coming. Good night, Remove. Good night, Salty Tat. Thank you for the stretch. And sleep well.